Well, hello there. Welcome back, everybody. My name is Nick Teixeira, joined by DJ Sayer for Day 2 of coverage here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And DJ, we saw some great action on the stream board yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah, honestly, we from the pros to the women, even the amateurs of what we got to see, I think we saw some really stellar performances. The highlight, obviously, Mike Porterfield. I think he crushed it all the way through. And then the ladies, we called it early on, completely chalk. Trish and Kalika battling out in the final. As we are
in the pit, by the way.
We are in the middle of the action.
I love being around all the players, feeling the energy in the room right before things get going. It's always one of the best times to be in Dart Hall, or the most anxious times. And if you were Mike Porterfield's opponents, you were feeling anxious. 10 for 10 in cricket. He only shot 2 5 marks. He was actually just as likely to shoot a white horse as he was a 5 mark there. And on the amateur side, I mean, we saw Jamie G take Mark C on in that final, and Mark ended up holding true 2-1 there. But our AM field looking promising today with a full bracket once again.
Well, we talk about it all the time. Pittsburgh's a huge regional. They always get great turnout, so you're always going to see the cream rise to the crop when it comes to these events. So, yeah, I think Mark, local boy, finally getting in the pro court, so pretty good for him, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to seeing what we're going to see today, which is the Pro-Am, which is, of course, is always an exciting event there. And then on top of that, from the Pro-Am, you have the men's doubles and the women's doubles. We'll be honest, guys, the fields are wide open. We're going to see who takes their claim at the top here, and kind of excited to get right into the booth.
Yeah, let's get into it.
Welcome back, everybody, for Day 2 of coverage here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. My name's Nick Teixeira, joined by DJ Sayer in the booth, and you can see it's a packed room, ready to get raring and going here.
Yeah, what we just hear the tentative number, like 460 some unique players today.
Oh, that's a lot of players.
Yeah, and all of them are unique.
Yeah, I love to see that. We're just waiting on that first Pro-Am match of the day to get started. That's going to be Bigham and Yandy going up against Sid and Brad. As
we're going to kick our stream off with the same 2 guys both days.
Yeah.
Didn't we have Bigham and Gandy facing off?
Like a little symmetry
in
around
the singles
here.
Yesterday.
You know what? We have familiar faces, but also our first look at Sid Vaughn. I would say one of PA's claims for a top-tier talent. And last year, he struggled to get some of the results. I'm curious to see how those results will transpire throughout this weekend. I feel like the storyline last year was talking about Don Stewart coming off the dreaded hitch, and he was still having it while he was playing here last year and still ended up with a top 4 finish, somewhere around there.
Yeah, Sid, if you're not familiar, he's been around forever, but pre the Michael Porterfield emergence, I would argue that Sid kind of filled in the gaps around Don Stewart, if you will. Like before, Don kind of was one of the top players in the country, and then after he kind of fell off, Sid was that guy, like repping the banner for Pittsburgh. So, yeah, Sid, a very good player.
Well, should be interesting to see. Winner of this match will play the We About That versus Wrecking Crew.
Oh, we're in the team names.
Love the team names.
Hate the team names.
Not a fan of them. Not a fan of the team names. We've said our opinions on them before. But if you want to follow along and you happen to know the team name of the people you're cheering for.
That's the problem. That like you just highlighted the issue with the team names. Is it's so hard to follow along.
We agreed. Absolutely 110% agreed.
Not to mention we get the rando shouldn't be allowed team names.
Also fair. Well, you're saying that you can't have Suck My Cork versus You Will Win?
Those are much cleaner than some of the ones I've seen on there.
That's also very fair. But no, it should be fun to look at everything. They're still throwing their warm-ups up. No, that was a diddle.
I think you should have thrown one more warm-up. Because that cork, terrible.
Yeah, especially by Bubba's standards. But Sid will just go ahead and say, thank you very much. And here we are for our first match of the day. We also do have our ladies playing over on the other board there. We're going to get that first match up there shortly.
So Timothy Fiesel says, different Gandy. It's his son. Well, thank you for that, Timothy. So it isn't the same Richie Gandy that we saw yesterday.
Yeah, well, there you go. Now we got Ezra. So super exciting
Ezra.
stuff. A powerful name.
That's like a very like OG, like my grandpa's in the mafia type name.
See, I'm thinking like instead of Mafia, I went to like Assassin's Creed, like
Okay.
Hidden Brotherhood.
This is the difference in our generations. Yes.
I guess that was it right there. Yeah, no, it should be good. And Sid Vaughn will get the start for us here today. Should be a fun day of action. Of course, we will be covering the Pro-Am bracket and the women's doubles bracket primarily, and then ending off our coverage with that amateur bracket. Another full field over there. Minus two teams because of no shows of some kind. But yeah, looking forward to this.
Sid gonna open on his first turn. A window. So Brian essentially won the cork.
Brian just gonna say thank you.
And punish.
Great 7 mark on the end for Bubba.
What Brad's got here today. Not looking good for Sid and Brad so far, as they're 6 darts in and no marks.
You know what? They're saving them for later. It's still race to 3, so they're just going to take a little bit of time there to get settled, and Ezra not going to waste any time either.
Yeah, as you highlighted, this is the Pro-Am, so we are playing 3 out of 5. Is that accurate?
What?
It is 3 out of 5?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Did we play that last weekend?
3 out of 5, yeah.
In the Pro-Am?
Yeah.
Yeah, we did in both Pro events.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All the Pro events are going to be 3 out of 5 winner side, best of 3 losers. So that's I will say one thing that drove me crazy last tour that has not been the case of this tour is no changing formats. It's all right, this is what we're doing. This is what you can expect in this event.
Yeah, and we talked about it yesterday. I think it has to be attendance dependent at times, but also there's a limit to how many people we're allowing to sign up. So you don't necessarily need to fluctuate the format based on, hey, we've got 400 people in the open. Well, no, we cap it out at what, a 256 bracket or 128 bracket. So yeah, if you have the locked in number of teams or players allowed, then you don't necessarily need to fluctuate your format. Now, I will say if you have a poor attendance on a turnout, going up or a longer format isn't necessarily always a bad thing. But then too, for the as we see a runaway here, the players that showed up wanting to play 2 out of 3 to then have to play 3 out of 5 or 4 out of 7, it's a disadvantage for them.
I will say we saw 9 darts, no marks, and then a 7 and a 4 there. So not the ideal start for Sid and Brad. It is their first round blues, though. They did get a bye in that first. And Bigham and Gandy did not get a bye.
Oh, okay.
Which is a factor.
Yeah, I mean, you always want the bye. Some people will argue that they'd rather just play, and I see why they would say that, but I don't necessarily agree. But it is nice to get a win under your belt, knock off some of the nerves, and settle in, as we see Brian and Ezra have done. I probably will say his name that way every time, by the way.
Ezra.
It's strong. I like it.
That's fair. Well, here we go. Ezra does go ahead and get them across the finish line.
Solid
there for
stroke, too.
Oh, yeah.
Outplaying his pro early on. Which, if you can consistently outplay Brian Bigham, you're going to be very good.
Of course, Sid and Brad need to outplay their performance from the previous leg here. That's going to be the big focus on their minds is, hey, we need to shake that one off and get settled in quick because you can lose the first leg. There's no harm, no foul in a a loser start format. But doesn't mean you have that much runaway. And there, it is an improvement, but not by much. Sid just grabbing a 3. Oh, here's Bubba coming up. decides to grab the 20 after not liking that 19, and still continue to not like the 19, matching the 3 mark from Sid Vaughn. We hope you guys are all having a good time watching at home. We had over 700 of you guys tuning in at our peak yesterday. Appreciate all the love and support here.
I love it, Brad Smith. He says easy money for Ezra.
Ooh. I didn't even process that's what was happening. I thought he was just talking smack.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's even better.
Yeah, I don't know if that is his nickname prior to now,
Easy
but
Ezra.
it is moving forward.
Yeah, Easy Ezra is absolutely like the definitive way to go about that. It's almost as good as Juicebox Joe.
Juicebox Joe. He's playing a couple boards over. Saw him a little bit earlier.
I'm trying to find the angle here. There's not much coverage left. Cover shot? Oh, he stays for just a single.
Mike Cutt's asking if we post the brackets. We do add them into the chat periodically. We'll get those put in there for you now. And I think, are these on the BullShooter app as well for Tournament King? You can go in there, find those. So if you have the BullShooter app, if you don't have it, go ahead and download it. And you can go in there and actually find the brackets on there as well. Like we mentioned earlier, the only issue is you got to know the team names. So text your buddies. Hey, what are you playing as today?
Actually, instead, just tag the player you're cheering for
There you
in
go.
the comments right now. Make sure they're tuning in if they're not throwing. Rumor has it, if we get over 1,500 live viewers, DJ's going to dye his hair pink.
That's false.
That's why it's a rumor. We don't know.
Okay.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Support that rumor.
Definitely a slowdown from pretty much the whole bunch here into this one, except for Easy Ezra at a 5.5. Everyone else sitting around 3s.
They're just continuing to bang in the triples. Standout player so far. Was above a 5 in the last leg, averaging 5, 6, 7 this time.
Yeah, that's the secret to success in a bracket, right? When they're in the pro-am bracket specifically is if your AM's doing good, you know as the pro, if anything, it maybe adds more pressure because you're like, all right, well, now it's my job to make sure I'm doing it because they're exceeding their expectations.
Yeah, this event is kind of unique just because you have an amateur doubles going on at the same time. So it really comes down to trying to find an amateur that is good enough to play in the pro-am while also not wanting to just smash the amateur doubles.
Yeah, in this regional, they make the decision-making easier. If you're too slow to sign up, find a pro. But, no, you're absolutely right. We've talked about it ad nauseum, but the idea of, like, the true pro-am teams versus pro and who is effectively going to be or has just become a pro.
Yeah, I think a lot of times, and this is what Joe and I did last weekend, it's just about finding somebody that is a good AM that you just play both doubles with. Like they'll play up into the pro am and then or in the pro doubles, and then you have your AM for pro am as well.
I personally love team dichotomies and that nature. Anytime an AM decides to play up and isn't forced to because of full bracket anyways, I'm already a big fan of. Or when we see the ladies jump into the pro field too, always a big fan of that. Shout out to Tina Russo again.
Ryan, bit of a lead here. Needs 115 to shut it down. Could have liked to add some points. Yeah, he's gonna do it with the first start. I didn't see that one coming, but job done. Kind of trying to secure that victory.
Ezra again leading on the team here. Sid definitely picked up his performance into that mid-4 range. But with Brad just right at a 3, it's a little bit of a strugglesome position.
Easy money, wasting no time. Jeremiah Millar saying this looks like a pro team. I would agree with that. Ezra is stroking. Both legs above a 5.
And he's mewing while he's throwing.
No, he didn't.
He's giving it.
I hate that I even know what mewing is.
I'm surprised that you took me up on that
The
one.
Rizzler. I have a 14-year-old now, so
That's fair.
yeah.
Fair enough. And I'm effectively a 14-year-old that has a car.
I'm a 14-year-old that's allowed to vote.
That is true. Well, this is reminiscent of the last leg.
But yeah, I mean, we were kind of looking through the bracket beforehand, as we mentioned in our promo there to start, at like what teams were really going to challenge Porterfield and BMAC there, because they kind of look like the on paper favorites. And admittedly, I didn't think about Brian Bigham and his partner because I'm unaware of who Ezra was or is. I thought it was Richie Gandy, who we saw play in the pro singles yesterday, and candidly not on the level for that match of what we saw, not on the level that I would think would be competitive. But I would, son is killing it here. If he can keep this up, they will certainly be challengers for the title.
Yeah, definitely passes the eye test of a team that can go on a deep run. And it's so hard, right? Because when we go to all these different regionals, we see all these different team combos and everything else. It's hard to say, like, yeah, we know for sure. Like, we usually have one really strong on paper that we can say, all right, we see that one go in the distance. But then there's all these other teams that when we see them throughout the day, all of a sudden start to build that narrative of who's going to make that deep run and who's going to challenge the team that's the on paper favorite.
One, I talked about it yesterday. I love doing these regionals. Mostly, or one of the biggest things that I get out of it is seeing the talent that I've never seen before. And it always sticks with me. But yeah, as we see Ryan there with back-to-back 3 triple turns. But yeah, so far early doors, Ezra is did he play yesterday? I'm shocked if he was in the amateur bracket. Clearly was not playing like this. Did you pull his stats for the AMs too?
I can. I do not have it. I did not see him in the open singles. Let's see if he decided to play up to the pro. He did play in the pro.
So he played in the pro. Okay. As we see, Ezra polished this leg off with a 5.5. So he's 5+ on all 3. Now it helps that Brian put in an 8.5 in that one. So, yeah, great darts there from those two. Sid and Brad going to have to battle on the loser side. As we hop over to one of our ladies' matches, we got Dark and Twisted taking on Bees. Do we know which team is which?
Yeah, so the right now walking
actually it says between the two teams, or between the two names.
So, Ezra lost to Jeff Summits in round
Okay, so our
2.
runner-up. He had to play our runner-up pretty early on.
Or third place. Jeff Summits got third.
Oh, yeah, BMAC got it. Yep. He played in the King Seat match, Jeff did, and then lost to BMAC.
And he lost to Seth Stefano, who had the second highest cricket and first highest 0-1 average on the day.
Yeah, Seth, what little bit we got to see of him was playing pretty well until he got eliminated there by Jeremy Lee. I got to talk to him a little bit this morning. He said the pace of play from Jeremy certainly affected him, and he couldn't overcome. So we talked about it. Jeremy kind of playing a little slower, and there you have it. A player mentioning that it affected him.
Tabby, unfortunately, nowhere in range to be able to check that out with the freeze rule in effect. Webb here, 76 for Dark and Twisted.
Yeah, and with Princess Cheeky way back, really no pressure. He's going to set up the bull.
And for those unfamiliar with the freeze rule, now's a good time as any. If your partner's score is higher than the other team's combined score, you are not allowed to win the game. So right now, Tabby's not allowed to win because Princess Cheeky is higher than the other team's combined score.
Double 18. Oh, she misses.
Why you go
Next
Trip 12 for
door?
the fans. Everyone loves Trip 12.
Okay. I don't hate the triple 12. I like utilizing the triple 12 on a lot of shots.
Tabby's just going to continue to just try to bring it on down here for an opportunity.
Yeah, as you mentioned, can't take it out. So we'll look to set up something below 5 usually. Typically in double out, they'll set up 2 or 4. Single out, usually someone's trying to set up 1 or 2.
All Princess can do here, if she hits 150, all of a sudden it's back in line. But
I don't think
even
she's
going at the
throwing at the
bulls.
bull. Yeah, the last turn she was around that 17 area. This time around the 19 area. I think she's opting not to go for the bull. 28 now for tricks. Another one of those. There it is. Leg number 1 on the board.
Dark and Twisted to get that first one. Going on to our second leg here, leg of Cricket. Next matchup on our Pro-Am bracket is going to be J&A versus Live in A. So, looking forward to seeing them on.
Live. Is that a female? Is it either Olivia Zimzak or Olivia Terry, who we saw last weekend?
I don't think either one of those Olivias made it over here, but I would be happy.
They're the only 2 Olivias that I could think of, even though they're spelled differently.
Olivia Wilkin and Dennis Ducrane.
Oh, okay, so it is a different Olivia.
Willinkin, excuse me. Ely there does get the 20s closed. There's the 18s. Over to the 20s. Does do so. Another one of those will help. Solid turn. And hit the skinny singles. Those are harder.
They did a foot bump. Did you see that?
No way. They did a foot bump? Yo, they did do a foot bump.
They don't fist bump, they foot bump.
You know, I think we need to return the ban the bump. If you're going to ankle kick every time.
Yeah, we don't spread germs that way. I like it.
We're back. Well, when we play our mixed triples this evening, and I'm just kidding.
Wait, what? I didn't even bring darts, bud.
It's okay. I have 3 sets. Do you want Rick Kinsey starts, Will Stewart starts, or some random Red Dragon darts?
I mean, give me the Ricks. I definitely don't want the Wills, but let me see these Ricks.
I got you. You definitely don't want the. That was a little too quick to decide. Poor Will Stewart.
I mean, I see all the hate on Facebook, so I got to continue with it.
That's fair.
Ooh. I don't know. It's far too aggressive for my liking. I could probably turn them around, though. Have that scallop right there towards the front. Yeah, I could totally. Sorry, you guys. This is terrible audio. If I were doing a review of the Rick Hinsey dart, you could then pull up the image. But yeah, but no, I'm not playing triples.
Fair enough.
But yeah, cheers to the Rick dart. I do like that. It's slick.
Part of that Win More North American line. They just added Alex Spellman to the mix they announced 2 weeks ago. So congrats on Alex Spellman joining Mike Maloney, Garrett Rakowski, Rick Hinsey, Leonard Gates.
Don't forget anyone.
Mike, is there who? Oh,
I don't
Jules
know.
and Jules.
You started it. You start naming people. You gotta get them all.
That's true. I after watching the Hedrick controversy last week.
Wait, what?
Where Gordon forgot one of the Hedricks.
Oh,
I'm very well aware. Do not forget nobody.
yeah. I can't believe he forgot someone. Joe's like a dad to us. You can't forget your brothers and sisters.
It's true. Dark and Twisted in pretty firm control of this leg so far. Fortunately, that doesn't help, and she's even kind of laughing about those 16s. The Webb here. Just going to try to grab those 19s, you would imagine.
I don't know if that's accurate. Stuart Dietz in the comments saying that if the second player played pro last evening, he can't be the AM in the pro-am, from what I understood.
Don't believe so.
Yeah, I don't think that's accurate. I think, especially given the fact that the amateur bracket filled up, so a lot of people were playing up into the pro. No, as long as you are not already on the pro list, you can play as the AM in the pro-am. I'm almost certain. In fact, I think even if you've qualified at a previous regional, you're still allowed to be the AM in the pro-am, but you're not allowed to play as the AM in like mixed events or in the amateur singles or anything like that.
Correct. Yeah, I'm pretty certain on that one. Again, after Chicago, once you're officially on the pro list, then you're only playing pro events or as the pro in events. But yeah, there's no reason to penalize somebody for deciding to play up either. Because there's also players that, despite the fact that the bracket was filling, still chose to play up. I know I've seen a couple of regionals, especially for the invitational shootout spot, which is a good carrot on the stick for most. And Dark and Twisted pretty much in firm control here. And if I'm not mistaken, the Liv Olivia that's going to be playing up in that pro-am, we saw her going quite the run in New York.
Okay, so that's where she previously played, and now she has to play in the pro-am. Excuse me.
Briggs here just needs to get the close on these 15s and 19s. Does get the point lead first. Leaving some openings here. If you're Haley, you go up here thinking, all right, let me just get a 19 at least, and then after that I can go ahead and grab a 17, get some closing going. Anything's possible. Seventeens did go away, and the point lead was regained there. Good shot on Haley. All of a sudden, getting into a little bit deeper waters here.
Abby going to come away empty-handed. Opportunity for tricks here. Only down 6 points. Really, 3 singles is a huge shot here. Oh, that's big. Back to the 19 to close it.
Oh, and hugs the wire, but doesn't get there. Those are the darts that make all the difference. As now you're still giving Haley an opportunity once again. My main goal now, if I'm her, is defend, get as much point leads as possible, and then get the pot shots in at the 18 and 15 when I can. There collects nothing, unfortunately, there. And Webb just needs a 19.
Yeah, up 24 points. Could look to push the bull one further with the point. Well, going to fall out of the bull and accomplish it.
That's a skill that is hard to practice, is practicing those good fallouts.
Some people just miss good.
I don't. My average low ton is always a 102. Bull 2 is like haunts me in my dreams.
So if I miss, it's usually low and left. So I'm usually in the 7 or the 3 or the 19. I'll take the 19. But yeah, a lot of 107s and 103s.
I'm 102 city for sure. Three bulls needed. Tricks looking for a hat tricks. We'll settle for double bull, single bull. We'll settle for a bull. We got there. And our brackets are cruising along today. Hopefully, I have no more betting in my system, but I will still say was happy that we were nice and done and dusted well before that 3-4 a.m. zombie mode that we can get into there.
I mean, to your credit, you placed a heck of an over-under. Like, you were pretty close. So if you'll go ahead and say that this morning's events will be done by 1:30 p.m., that'd be great.
That's a little too bold for us. I would say the average has been somewhere between 4:30 and 6:30. I'm going to say we're done right at around 5:15 is where I would put it today. It's usually done close to that mixed trip start time.
Okay.
That's going to be my guess. I'm not betting this one. This is just for you guys to bet on at home.
I mean, you got to go double or nothing with Gordon, right? Send him a time.
No, because if he wins twice, I really never hear the end of it. If he wins once, he'll be like, oh, I'll be nicking a bet. What does that mean?
No, trust me. Gordon does not let you live down a loss. I get random pictures of a $1 bill that I ripped up into pieces on a bet probably 15 years ago.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Like easily 15 years ago. We bet, and I think, if I remember correctly, it was the dumbest bet ever, but we grabbed all of the bar darts, and it was who could put the most in the bowl. And he, like, his first 5 created the best cone ever, so he didn't even have to try after that. Literally just aim at the back of the flights, and they all just kept piling in there. I had no chance. And, yeah, I took the dollar bill, and I ripped it up and gave it to him. He grabbed a baggie and saved it. And right now, he doesn't know where it is, but he will be cleaning out a sock drawer or something, wherever it is, and he'll find it, and then I'll get a picture of it. Like, hey, remember this? Like, yep.
I love that I just heard the different
Both
perspectives
sides.
last week, too.
No, was it last week you talked about?
I think we talked about it on air, so now the chat's got the full story, too.
I did not know that, but
That's so funny. The parallel thinking's real.
yeah, Porky, we know that you're here, yet we haven't seen you on a bracket once. What is happening?
Yeah, did you just come by to say hello yesterday? And if so, why didn't you spend more time hanging out with us?
Yeah, the food's not that great, so I know you didn't come here to eat.
You know, it doesn't matter if it's great or not. He's still going to eat.
Yeah, but Porky's a man that enjoys a good meal.
That's true. I one time took him in. He said, I'm eating. Yeah, no. Porky famously beat me in a buffet eating contest. It was closer than you thought. So I had him on the ropes. I felt terrible the rest of the day, but I was almost there. Shout out to North Country Steak Buffet. Just trying to get through to the finish line here.
Yeah, Webb only needs one bull. Take it.
Not going to get there yet. I also agree with that comment, Porky, but I'm not going to read the last bit.
Yeah, I can't believe you guys did it at a terrible buffet.
It was after Whammo.
Yeah, I've never been, but if I'm going to do an eating competition, it's going to be something I enjoy.
I enjoyed the friendship.
No. See, like, made that mistake at a crab leg buffet, Tim Goodwin says. That's fine. I'll go leg for leg on you on the crab, because even if I feel miserable afterwards, I ate some delicious crab.
That's fair. And I couldn't go leg for leg against you in darts, so I'll take the crab. I'm still having trouble for Dark and Twisted.
The only issue with the crab leg buffet is if you got to crack them yourself. Like, I like when they scissor them in half and then you just peel it out, but they know that's not the smart move because then you're going to eat more.
Yeah. They want you to get tired out.
For me to, like, an all-you-can-eat crab leg buffet, at least when I used to be able to eat a lot, that would be a lot of work to
get there.
Yeah, to get me to the miserable point. I would be working for a while.
I would get bored before it was over.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And I'm not eating all of the small parts. Like,
right.
I'm only cracking the large portion of the leg and the claws.
This is getting to round out territory where we're at right now.
So I looked in round 18, and they only needed one bull, and I'm like, okay, they're safe. But yeah, we are starting to approach to where, but really for the bees, they have no chance of really winning this leg on the round out.
Yeah, and right here, I mean, trying to grab these closes that does nothing for Team B. You have to just go there and hope you hit 3 bulls, 3 bulls for a 1-point lead is the only, and then a miss from your opponents.
Roger asking what happens if they round out. So it's whoever has the most points. So yeah, in order for the bees to get the lead, they would have to score a lot of bulls, which if you're going to do that, you're probably going to win the game anyways.
And Team B's, and again, just trying to grab these closes. I don't really understand it here because then you're just forcing them to say hit the 1 bull. It would make it a 3-1 bull race.
I mean, I guess if your thinking is we're getting to that round 25, I don't want Dark and Twisted to switch MOs and then just load up the points.
Yeah.
Because that's all the more bulls they'd have to hit. But Webb getting it done there. So we will jump over. We've got the Pro-Am match going on here. Liv and A, J and A.
And this is Olivia.
Her shirt says Tommy.
She's undercover.
I'm confused.
Yeah, Olivia, I do recall she played on the stream and had a couple good matches and did a deep run in doubles, but specifically had to deal with getting Sean Green in a blind draw there, too.
Yeah, that's miserable.
Yeah, the leg number 1 here, so we didn't miss too much action on this Pro-Am matchup as our ladies bracket continues to develop along here.
This is Dennis, right?
Yeah, this is Dennis right here.
That's what I thought. Dennis DeCarme.
And Job Done does get the close. He needed at least a 4 mark. Other than that, 5 is the same as a 4 in this given scenario with just a 17-point difference, but still added to the shot. Good on him there, although Andy
Takes the lead.
makes it interesting.
Yeah. Tommy going to have to get back some points here.
Yeah. Liv going right to those 15s.
It's funny your color, Tommy.
I liked it. Good 5 mark, though. It's just right back in a pretty tight grouping on him. Now the supervisor slick. What do you got for us, sir? Oh, frustrated on that last one. Just one bull on the turn here, so Dennis Crane can take a stab right at these bulls here. Just want to be careful. 115 does push the bull. This is where it gets sketchy. You got to drill it. It does do so. Live in A. Take leg number 1. Coming up next on our ladies board is going to be Fast and Furious taking on Beast Mode. It'll be coming up in just a moment's time. Again, we're back to this pro side, so it's race to 3.
Ooh, Gordon misregisters there. That's in the 111. He's going to be an honest man.
He said, the board do in fact lie sometimes, just not most of the time.
Do you know the official rule on this?
I believe if it's stuck in there, you rescore. So,
you sure?
65% sure on that one?
Okay. See, I know the other way. Like, if it would have been in the 2020 and scored a 111, you back it up.
Right.
But I thought it was the player's advantage. Like, if he just pulls it all is well. It gave him like whatever benefits the player, the shooter.
I would have to check the official rule.
Yeah, I wasn't positive either. That's why I asked.
Yeah, well, and also like different circuits, right? I know PBD is a big on the player's advantage side of things, but then like the EDC circuit is the exact opposite. Board don't lie, no backing up darts.
Ooh, I don't like that at all.
And Mr. Supervisor letting us know exactly how he felt about that turn with just a 2 mark on it. This is a little bit of a redemption turn with those 19s not closed. Perhaps the trip.
Looking up.
I don't mind to close at the 20s at any point when the score line's even, but you expect now if your opponent hits a 5 mark, 4 on the 18s or 17s, and then a single 19, they still have control.
Andy elected to go for the 17, so Olivia can take the bigger number.
And looking to get at least a 4 mark of her own here. More than likely going to do so. Does do so. Solid turn. Neck and neck. 20s and 19s already out of the running in this leg. It is going to continue to try to push the envelope here. Needs to find at least 1 triple before he can start considering other opportunities. Good stay. He has room for more. Yeah, he agreed.
All kinds of room.
Good placement on those darts, opposite corners. Kind of sets up a clear runway for that last dart to go in the middle, but you can see he tried to place it a little bit, dragged it a little bit down and right.
That does Andy a favor as he knocks the first dart out, opens the triple up completely, but he still misses into the 2. So Olivia now with a 42-point advantage. Should look to shut down the 17s. Oh, and first dart drills it.
I gotta say, I remember
Dennis pointing up.
Dennis is pointing up. I remember her in New York playing well, but I gotta say, she has very convincing form here so far. Grouping's looking tight. Good collects on the turns. Liv and A are going to be a handful here, it seems.
Comes old Slick. Finding 7 to retake the point lead.
A job done on that turn.
And that's why Dennis was pointing up so much, because that last single that Liv hit pushed the point lead to where with trip, Slick didn't have the point lead and couldn't take a shot at the 18s.
When we talk about good partnership dynamic and good game of cricket, you gotta think, okay, can I dictate my opponent's throw, give my partner whatever they want to shoot at, give them the best option available, and that's why that last 18 was so important. Well said, DJ.
Oh, Andy takes a stab at the 18.
Olivia, a.k.a. Tommy. We go back up to those 18s.
Kind of blocked. She finds a way through. Scoring 90 on the 18s.
She does have a unique action to her throw, but it is still having really good groupings or hugging the wire despite it.
So it's unique because she holds it all the way out to the right prior to. But if you watch, she actually pulls it in and it's straight forward. So the elbow isn't cockeyed. It still becomes a vertical plane that she's actually throwing on, which is well done. We see that kind of like off to the side, like a Kevin Painter back in the day. That's an old reference. But if you watched him play in the PDC way back when, he kind of off to the side and then brought it in. As long as you have that vertical plane where the forearm is straight up and down, you should be able to keep it pretty consistent.
Good shot there from Dennis. Does just get the close on the 16s, but now you're forcing a 9 out of your opponents here.
Ooh, here comes Andy.
Well,
oh, he didn't take a stab at the 18 with a 1-point lead.
yeah, I mean, it's high risk, high reward.
Yeah, it's a missed dart regardless, but yeah, a triple on the 18 much more valuable than a triple on the 15 there.
Just a solid 3 collect.
I would say the thing of Liv's throw that I probably dislike of any of it is it looks like she's coming up on her tiptoes as she releases the dart, and moving that whole body is just something that you want to eliminate. But yeah, other than that, pretty sound. 6 there for Slick.
Now the game's getting a little bit more nervy. 2 singles does not get the point lead by 1 point now, so needs to stay for at least a trip up top.
Yeah, the 18s versus the 15s. So 6 marks for Slick is 5 marks for Dennis. Ooh.
I think he just didn't like the angle of his dart and decided to take the stab.
Well, I don't hate it except for that last dart. A single doesn't get the point lead. Essentially, if Andy closes the 18s, that last dart was a waste. You put a dart on the bull, and now you know Liv only needs 3 coming back.
Exactly. Put a dart on the bull, or you can even make a play for, if you felt blocked on the triple, the excusable doubles, I would say, because you need it.
Fair. Yes, and it takes away the point lead, or it takes the point lead.
Either way, you were trying to get that bull back. And no punishment, though, with just 2 singles.
And that's why I don't hate the bull either, the bull shot, because now Liv gets a free and clear shot at the 18s.
Wisely just trying to get as much as she can out of him, just the 2. But, again, going to be happy with the fact that the opponents now need to hit 5 bulls to get back into the running. Makes it 3-3.
Smart dart there from Slick, forcing Dennis to have to throw 3 bulls. Otherwise, Andy will only need 2.
Great shot selection there.
Dennis has been the best player of this leg so far. And we saw him polish off the last leg with a hat trick.
These are the make and break shots for a lot of different matches. Is hitting these 3 big bulls at the end. Only hits 2, and now all of a sudden has to fade a couple of darts to not make this 1-1.
Andy gonna first dart double bull to tie us up at 1 leg apiece. Feel like Liv and Dennis have to be a little disappointed with that leg. They had it in their grasp. Bit of back and forth, but in the end, Slick and Andy do get it done. And Olivia's going to lead us out here. I don't believe she was going first before this, was she?
Yeah, they actually tried to swap the order, but they failed to do so, and they decided to play that first leg. I did see that happen.
Okay.
At least in the very first leg. I don't know if they decided to swap.
No, you
and
can
swap
still
back.
change team setup after the fact. Like before each leg, you can change it.
Correct.
Not to say that Liv shouldn't be starting. Dennis had a little bit higher of an average in the last one, but yeah, I guess I didn't catch that she was starting.
Yeah. Very interesting. Here's the thing: is if you're swapping team order, either A, it wasn't put in right and you didn't catch it till the first leg started, or B, if you're the player that says, "Hey, I want you to start going first," right? That's the only other way you approach that conversation. You never tried to demote your partner.
I disagree. If you're feeling it, you tell me. We many a times, Gordon and I would look at each other in a pretty critical spot. Normally, you try to be pretty consistent, but if you get to that point where like you're feeling it, you give the other guy like, "Hey, do you mind?" Like, not at all. Take it away.
In a long-standing like this is my doubles
Sure.
partnership. Yes. In the average partnership, you don't want to accidentally break your partner's confidence. That's my counter to that. But yes, if you're playing with a partner you're very comfortable with or familiar with, yeah, just say, "Hey, I got the gas right now. Let me put on the pedal."
Well, and I think that's it shouldn't be taken as breaking confidence, but more so like, "Hey, let me get it." Like I'm feeling good.
Sean Green realizing his blind draw partner is in here. What's up, Mr. Sean Green? And he's just trying to grab these 18s. Does do so on the last. Even interesting here. But 20s and 19s are firmly in the hold of Liv and A.
Yeah, Sean, we were talking to Liv in an interview, and we asked her what she hates about bullshitters, and she's like, "That one time I got Sean as my partner."
Yeah, I told her, I was like, you can't say that. Like, that's crossing a line.
She didn't seem to care.
No, she had no remorse for Mr. Sean. McCann opt for the 5-mark close. Is opting for the 5-mark close. Oh, but you have to hit at least a single on that dart.
Yeah, you hit the hard one.
Well, especially with the bonus mark for the opponents on the 15, excuse me, means that they only need the trip. I don't know. I mean, you already kind of committed to the shot, but even then, who knows?
Did Sean really buy it?
I don't know. I can never tell.
It's hard to read in text, but yeah, we're pulling your leg. Here comes Liv.
How about this? A boom goes the dynamite.
No, don't do it.
Come on, it's Sean's partner.
Don't do it.
It's only fair. It was a good shot.
It was a great shot.
It was a booming shot. Anyways, here we go with Dennis. 3 bulls for leg number 3 here for a 2-1 advantage. Honestly, in their heads, they're probably thinking, man, I wish it was 3-0 right now. Just a 1 bull collect on this go. John Peters saying, I heard Nick DeShera isn't allowed to play, so others have a chance to win. Yeah, I want to make sure other people have a chance to go 2 and out. Because that's normally my spot. I like to let other people have the opportunity.
You know, a lot of people can still do that, right? You can, and they
Yeah,
can.
but I take the best 2 and out spot. Like, I'm the best.
Do you ever listen to Tom Segura?
Occasionally.
He used to have a bit, I'm pretty sure it was him, about like a cousin or something that he would go to like eat with, and he would say like, what are you getting? He's like, oh, I'm going to get this. And he's like, oh man, that's what I was going to get too. And he's like, you still can. Like they're not out. Like,
that was always allowed.
yeah.
Yeah, but if you saw the mixed triples team that we had going last weekend in Ohio, I'll tell you, we were the best.
Who'd you play with out there?
I played with one of Gordon's friends. Maybe you know his name's Jeremy.
Fathead.
Yeah, Fathead.
Yeah, the cop.
Yeah, play with Fathead the cop and Nikki Fox. Was our
Gotcha.
team.
Yeah. He showed up in uniform, and I was playing, and he come up and he touched me inappropriately from behind, and I whipped around and I looked at everyone. I was like, "Did anyone get that on video? I'm suing." And I think a couple people thought I was serious, but no, Jeremy's like a brother to me.
I had a fun time playing with him. Him and Nikki alike. John Green also saying, "My greatest start accomplishment is winning the diddle against DJ Sayer."
Oh, I'm not taking anything away from you, Sean, but that's not much of an accomplishment because I lose lots of diddles. Notoriously bad diddler. Don't ask my wife. Hey.
Back to the match. So we have Dennis here trying to grab the 18s. Already has the mark on him. Liv had a little bit of a slow start in this one. I need to do a little bit of course correction here.
Good third there from Dennis. Snatching a triple 18 to go up 54 points.
You don't want this to go to a last league decider, although I will say Liv and A definitely looks like the stronger, more consistent duo at times, but not so overwhelmingly so where I would say they're the clear, they can just get it here.
Here comes Liv. Great snap on the wrist, too.
There's no question that she was going first with her and Sean Green as a blind draw duo.
Sean's smart, if nothing else. Like, hey, you got this.
He is a teacher. Teachers have to be, like, at least a little smart.
I'm not going to say that. All I will say is I went to school with a lot of people who are now teachers. Mm-mm. But Sean, a bright guy. I wasn't trying to say that.
No, you can say how you actually feel. It wasn't Liv that gave that interview. It was DJ.
Stay tuned. We got that for you at the break. Sean sucks. Markler. So it's not the same spelling. So the diddle, when we refer to it, is Diddle. David asking if Liv plays men's doubles for a reason. So there is a reason that she's playing in the Pro-Am, and that is because she played and did well in the Niagara regional previously. So because she has already accomplished qualifying, if you will, for Chicago, she now has to play as the AM in the Pro-Am. She cannot play the ladies doubles.
And also on top of that, Pro-Am is a non-gendered event.
Well, all of them. Well, everything except for the. I don't think a woman can play in the men's open, right? Like we call it the open, but truly it's the men's and the women's. But the Pro-Am does not have a sex associated with it.
Yep.
But even like pro doubles is also not associated with sex. So yeah.
Pro side, anybody flies. Andy, just go ahead and take firm control if he grabs the corner pockets. Playing an aggressive tune, going right at it. Make sure to get this close, though. And does do so with authority.
Maintains that 5.0 average. Andy playing really well this leg. He wants to play all five.
Just 4 on the turn there for Liv. Averaging a 4.0 in this one. Combined 8. It's going to be hard to put the exact number on what the combined average you would expect to see at the end of the road should be. You expect somewhere around that 9 range for the winning team, give or take a 5 and a 4 playing together with a little bit of leeway.
Unless you're playing Brian and Ezra. Then you better have a 13. Well, no, they were what? A 5-5 and an 8-5, so a 14. You better have a combined 14. If you're not throwing a 7-0 each, you're toast.
And not the good kind of toast, like the bad kind.
The burnt toast.
Ooh, the worst kind.
Where you got to take the butter knife and scrape off the burnt parts just so you can eat it.
Yeah, been there.
Andy does polish off the 4th leg. We're going to get a cork.
Yeah, a cork. Not the other thing.
Now, I don't know where the term diddle come from. Much better than piddle, by the way.
Oh, yeah, piddle's the worst
Sean,
one.
does Sean call it piddle?
Sean
That's
used to say it more. He
It's an
doesn't say it nearly as
Indianapolis thing. That was the first time I ever heard it was in Indy. And I'm like, what'd you say? Like, no, that's what a dog does when he gets excited. Or a puppy does when he gets excited. That's piddle.
He also says cleavy dart for 20s that go to the 12. And I'm like, that's also a super hyper regionalized
Cleavy?
thing.
Like, is that someone's name?
I would assume.
Cleve? Oh, that's what Cleve does. Because we call that the Joe Brooks.
Yeah, there you go. Everyone has somebody for
Yeah,
it.
Joe Brooks notorious for hitting the triple 12s.
Just making sure the orders are correct here. As Olivia and Dennis do get the start. I will say my personal least favorite term in darts, and don't take this one personally, but I don't like pee-hole. Not a big
What?
Fan, not a big fan of pee-hole.
What?
It actually makes me cringe. You and Gordon both do it. I'm like, no, it drives me crazy.
It is the only appropriate term for the center hole of the bullseye.
Or center hole.
No, that's too long. It's pee-hole.
C-hole.
You're overthinking it, bud. Some stuff just sticks. Like a pile and a half.
Oh my god, that was another debate that Gordon and I got into on the stream because I just could not understand the concept of what was a pile, what was a pile out. I kept using it wrong the entire weekend. It was so bad.
So this all started way back in our early days of commentary. Somebody hit a 6 mark, and Gordon made the remark he hits a pile of them, and then we were like, so is a pile 6? Like that's what we're calling a pile? So then a 9 is a pile and a half. Easy peasy.
Easy peasy.
Yeah, Sean gets it. It's PEA. Hole. Like a little green pea.
How could I ever make that mistake?
Yeah, it's not that bad.
I'm going to just stick with the center of the bowl.
Hey, you do you.
Oh, now we got the chat arguing terminology down there.
Ryan saying he hates treble. I'm kind of on board with that. Like, we don't use the term treble. That's a British thing. You're just trying to sound cool. It's like people that call soccer football. Like, you're American, bro. Just call it soccer. Like, and they're on a field. They're not on a pitch. Like,
I would in years past have agreed with you, except I really got into Ted Lasso, and now I'm like full in on let's go on the pitch and play some football. So far, Liv and Dennis doing a good job with the start of the throw. They've been pretty convincing in this matchup, but J&A have definitely improved as this match has gone on as well, though.
Joe Bob, trouble is dart snobbish. I agree. That's exactly my thought. Because Gordon does it a lot. As we see one treble from Liv there. Maintaining that lead. One of the other ones that we do a lot that I see people complain about is saying double tops. like tops is.
I saw that debate
directionally
on the All Things Darts
yeah.
page.
I didn't see that, but yeah, we say it a lot. I do it as well. But yeah, tops indicates it's redundant to say double tops.
Well, last week for the match, double 20 was needed, and Gordon goes tops, and I say double tops at the exact same time, and we both looked at each other. At the end of the day, we're on a floating rock in space, and it's all made up anyways. You say whatever you want, chat, unless it's pee hole.
Then say it twice.
Slick does not get to close on the 16s in the last. Liv has a great opportunity to grab this corner 16 and move along.
Bill Bushy asking what 3 double bulls. What do you call that?
Well, there's 2 different terms. The seal tip I feel like is dead eye, and soft tip is 3 in the black.
Yeah, I think it's 3 in the black for both. I've never even heard Deadeye.
I've actually only ever heard Will Stewart use it, so it could be made up.
Okay. Yeah, I've heard some weird terminologies for it. But yeah, just 3 in the black is what I always. But Dennis, with a 26-point lead, could finish the game right here. Not now, but take a pretty sizable lead into the bull.
Amish triple is a good one.
Wait, what's that?
3 singles.
Oh. Why? So why is it an Amish triple? Like I kind of get it, but
There was a video that came out with the bull hitters from the UK and the USA Darts crew during the World Championships where they were explaining different terminologies, and then a bunch of people in chat started leaving different suggestions, and Amish triple became a very popular one.
Would the Amish get mad at this?
How are they going to know?
Fair. I mean, yeah, if you're watching video, they could be told.
You hear about it?
Yeah.
In the paper?
Yeah, not in the paper, but just through the grapevine.
Do they not get newspapers?
I don't know.
That'd be like a popular.
Do we still do print newspapers?
My grandpa says yes.
I thought, unless you do the crossword, there's no need for it.
If there's no Garfield comic, I'm not into it. That's for sure.
Oh, here comes Andy. Another one of those, and he'll take the lead.
Oh, chat, you guys are making me laugh today. Appreciate every one of you tuning in. Make sure to give a follow on whatever platform you're watching on, whether it be USA Darts or BullShooter. Give us a love and support because we love having you here.
And there it is. Dennis polishes it off in leg 5. So Liv and Dennis moving on in the winner's bracket. Slick and Andy going to do some battling in the loser's side. Do we have a match on our ladies' board? We do not. It looks like
they're warming up.
Yeah, they're not started. So we lost an entire match over there. I saw some.
Yeah, we did have one play in the background, just never got to it. But coming up next on the ladies' board, Split Personality going up against Broken Glasses. We're going to go ahead and just take a quick moment here to take a breather, get ready for that next one. Again, give us a follow on whatever platform you're watching on, and let's actually go ahead and hear from our tournament director, LJ Colombe, who talked with the Gordon of Dixon's last week here. We'll be back in just a moment's time with more coverage.
Yeah, this is Gordon Dixon. I am joined by the newest ED, Executive Director of Tournament Functions.
Directors, things, directions with tournaments.
LJ, we've been working together for what, 5-6 years now?
2018 tour, 2019 tour.
7 years.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
So we first kind of collabed on just the streaming part.
Yep.
You were creative director for BullShooter, and are now kind of moving into, in addition to,
I'm still covering some bases right now. Still covering
running the actual tournament. So tell me a little bit about what that progress has been and where you kind of see tournaments going forward.
Obviously, bigger and better is the direction that we're looking to head in. Since being on the tour, having that perspective, obviously from the live stream, and knowing the promotional side and marketing side, trying to make it more. I don't know if I want to say the word enticing, but it definitely make it a value per se for the players to come out, not just as much as the players watching from home or the people that couldn't make it. So trying to find that happy medium to get people to want to come out and participate, as well as just have a good time. That's ultimately we're all in this for the love of the game, the sport itself, and and that's kind of my direction. Is obviously I've grown up around darts, played since I was a little kid.
You're still playing league, right?
I still play in league. I played tournaments when I can. Local draws at home. Obviously, come out to the areas for the tournament, and then I try to get in if they're doing a Thursday night warm up draw for the tour. I'll try to pop in if I can and participate. So, darts has been a part of my life since a little kid, and it's something that I hold special. Because of that connection with my dad playing, get me into it, and it's to me it means more than just hey, we put on a tournament, have fun. It's more like, no, this is value, and I want to make it bigger, better, and any way that I can contribute. Our new ownership, Touch Tunes, has the motto of one of the things is the all voices heard. So I definitely take that to heart with all the dart players too. So.
No, that's wonderful, and obviously the Touch Tunes has been a big difference. But even prior to that, some personnel changes, and then obviously the Tournament King software being a part of each of the stops, having the boards networked, gives some more visibility to the people watching at home. Just talk a little bit about that.
As you recall, the early stages was scary at times, a little horrific, but early on from that start of being on the tour with the live stream, the goal at that time was always to digitize as much of the tournament as possible, so that the people working the tournament, the A team, being there, their focus is more the people, not necessarily as much as, okay, I got to move this magnet on a piece of paper or whatever that we used to do way back when.
Right.
Now it's more we can be mobile. We can be up and viewing it on a tablet and walking around the room, answering questions. A lot of the time that we spent, I think, Friday and Saturday morning was really just somebody had forgotten their login. We fixed their login, or just clarified how to use the app and the process that it takes to do the tournament and participate. And I think it's been great. And obviously that's what we're enhancing continually. Next step to come is our registration process. We're, as most people know, I apologize, we've had some web issues, mostly not in our control. Thanks, wide world of internets. But the goal is to simplify it and put it straight into our League Leader Plus system that runs our Tournament King software, and have it where you register online, but it's actually registering directly into that bracket. And then all we're doing is, if you've paid, we're confirming from pending and adding you in, so you're being accepted into that bracket then. So it's going to speed up things for the better in the registration process, and obviously the future, all these other things, additional notifications and some other great cool things coming along with the software.
Excellent. Well, I greatly appreciate it, and obviously wish you the best of luck continuing to be at the helm at each of these tour stops.
It's getting bigger, better, and I'm excited. Again, I appreciate all you guys helping out and being part of the team. Bringing Nick in was quite the interesting storyline there too. So that's it's been good to have him on the tour, but if he ties his shoes, we'll be in a better position so he doesn't trip and fall. I still need him to do some things, so
Yeah, with the new Touch Tunes comes HR, so we want to
absolutely
keep every
safety,
workplace safe.
Safety first. All right, thank you guys. I appreciate you, and hopefully you come out to our next stop. We got Pittsburgh is next, actually next weekend, and then our last stop will be San Antonio. First time down there, as far as I'm aware. And hopefully get back to the office and brainstorm all the new things and have it ready for the 40th.
All right, Gordon Dixon here with the BullShooter.
Alrighty, time for the ladies to make an appearance on the live stream. Broken Glass going up against Split Personality, and right now Lori Smith needs to bring down the 173 to give Heather a shot at the 2. A hat trick would have actually sufficed to do so, unless Stoner left 1. It is open, so the freeze rule is in play here, but also on top of that, you can go all the way down to 1 point. You can see Heather actually kind of telling Lori, hey, slow down, take a breath, take a beat, get settled in. It switched downstairs and back to the bowl. I think with your partner sitting on 20, I would have probably preferred Stoner to just go ahead and stay on the bowls there to just in case something crazy happens. Focus on bringing it down, but no real pressure. You can't freeze Lori, so I guess it doesn't matter too much. That's the reset. Was not happy. First start thought was in. Doesn't go, so that's the bus. There's an opportunity for Lori here to play a little bit of, what do you call it, a hucklebuck?
Yeah. To steal it.
Going left and right, needs to drill the bowl in the last and doesn't do so. So as long as Stoner doesn't bust, Heather will still not have a shot here in this leg number 1.
Stoner for 68. 18 for the bowl. Drills it. 2 darts. Well done. Leg number 1 to Broken Glass. Looks like Heather will get us started in leg number 2. Only coming away with 1. Linster. Gonna double that feat, but still not close. Lori kind of struggled in the 0-1 leg. Let's see if we can rectify that here in the cricket.
Just needs to get settled into place here.
Floats an 18 on her first start. Finds a double 18. So closing the 18s. Solid shot there.
And you can see Heather trying to just go ahead and get some points going on those 18s there.
Big third. Retaking the point lead. Well, I guess taking the point lead.
let's see. Before we got into this match, you guys saw the Boom Shakalakas team of Ben, Maul, and Patrick Atea warming up. They are actually still in warm-ups over there, so have not missed any of that action on the Pro-Am side. It does look like they're taking our friend Jeremy Lee on that matchup there on the other side.
In Philly.
In Philly, and nobody's business.
So, knowing Jeremy's pace, our women will be well done prior to that match ending.
Yeah, given Jeremy's pace, we're actually going to just cover 3 more women's matches.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
And then come back for leg 5.
You love it. For reference on the side of the bracket, this is to get into the top 8 winners side here for the ladies. Early in the top 16 on the winners side. Same thing on the Pro-Am side as well. Same position in the bracket. On the amateur side, they're pretty much into top 16, top 8 on the winner side as well. The brackets are cruising along here. Did hear from that tournament director, Mr. LJ, or ED, as he was called by Gordon, executive director. It's the close in the 18s and just pushes the game along here. No luck on the 19s, though. Wouldn't mind the last start going back up top. Only a 50-point separation here means that your opponent has an opportunity for an 8 mark. Trip 19 for a trip or double 20.
What is Stoner's real name?
I believe that's legal. Let me see.
Triple a turn every turn. One of those two?
Yes.
Well, I'm assuming that she's Michaela Nouse because
Yeah.
Lintster is the other player. So Julie Lint and Michaela Nouse.
There you go. You heard it here first. Unser can just continue to push the envelope along, though, with the 20s and 19s. At the 7s. Does it on the first. And pretty much in firm control of this leg here.
Here comes Lori.
Winner of this match gets the reward of playing Team Can-Am, Trish Grezik and Kalika Chris. Which is our on-odds favorite for the women's doubles today.
How long are we as Americans going to allow them to put can first? It's always Can-Am.
It's not even alphabetical. Like, you
Yeah.
can't even say, like,
Yeah.
oh, like, that's how the alphabet works. Nope.
And if we're going to do it, let's do Canarican.
Yeah. Ooh, Canarican? I like
That's
that.
way better than Can-Am.
That might sound like a American canary, though.
It's fine. It's a Canarican.
We love canaries.
Yeah.
You know,
Tweety Bird was hilarious.
I'll go at, well, I mean, maybe because Can-Am sounds like a airliner. It's like Pan Am.
It does. Yeah, or we'll do American.
Ooh, there you go.
And then it's just America.
Yeah, but like they're included somehow because there's
yeah.
like a separation.
But we'll
Maybe a
capitalize
hyphen?
the C.
Oh,
it's
they'll know.
American.
Oh,
Way better than Can-Am.
that's it. We're renaming Canada.
America's hat.
The official term. Ori, no luck down there. Does have that 30-point lead, but you expect broken glasses to go ahead and get that back. Landon asking, will you guys go to the NDA Junior Dart Tournament May 30th through June 1st? If you are curious where USA Darts will be next, then all you have to do is go to usadarts.live. You'll be able to see all the upcoming events that we will be at. And for BullShooter, go to bullshooter.com, go to the 39 tour section to see the next stop. One stop left on the tour for in-person, at least, as that will be the San Antonio Regional, March 21st through the 23rd. And, of course, there's still some stuff going on BullShooter Europe, where you can find out more on our website as well.
Lori started the fight back on these 16s. They've now secured a lead. Is she going to get some of these closes out of the way?
I just want to see one of these two numbers close down here.
Kayla was throwing a triple a turn through like the first 3 or 4 turns. It slowed down a little bit.
But not getting punished at all. This is definitely a interesting moment here where now Heather, I'm thinking just 2 big single 20s is the main goal of this turn. How about doing it in one trip? Back down and attacking those 19s.
The good news is we are not missing any of that Pro-Am match because they have not started.
Well, they're just chit-chatting. They're getting to know each other a little bit.
Darts is typically a social event. Here comes the Leinster. Taking the lead and shutting it down. You see Michaela in the background slaps the floor. Big shot. And just like that, split personality is trailing. Lori going to have to open up the 15s. First dart triple. Can she follow it?
Last one just got away from her a little bit. Looking for another shot here. They want to get this done 2-0. Way better than winning 2-1. Way less stressful.
Well, and you don't want to leave anything to chance. And in this format, the last game 501 stacked. It makes it a little tricky. Anybody can put together a couple of good shots, so you don't want to be on the tail end of that.
You ain't a woofing.
On Heather. Not going to find a 15.
And Linster should be able to just go ahead and get that corner pocket rounded up here. Does do so in 2 darts. And went back to the 19s for more. Would have pushed the bull. A good dart.
Rory right there on closing the 19s. Saw Michaela polish off a 68 with an 18 and a ball, so we know that she knows how to hit them. Oh, but that's a bit tricky. A little bit of a blocker. And she's going to come away empty-handed again. After a real strong start, just kind of falling off towards the end here. That men's or Pro-Am match just getting underway.
And just starting leg number 1 there.
Run down that bracket, Nick. Who we still got on the winner's side?
On the Pro-Am side of the affair, currently playing to get into the top 4 is the We About That versus
My Cork.
My Cork. And then we have currently a top 16. So Live in A-Hole playing on against Skinny Beaver there. And then Last Minute versus That's BullShooter. So the winner of those two will play against each other. And then same thing here. We got this guy and the kid and thrown together. We'll play either me and him or LeBron Who. LeBron Who being that Mike Porterfield, Brian McConnell team.
LeBron James.
And then, of course, we got Nobody's Business Boom Shakalaka, so we're about to see, which will take on the winner of Overrated. And what board are we on?
Wait, what happened to Bigum and Ezra? They were playing too good to be in the losers bracket.
They lost to We About That 3-0.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, and I'm curious now, who's We About That?
You see Heather here looking at the bullseyes.
Don Stewart, Clean Clar.
Wow. So Don must have had it going there, and Clayton can definitely put it together as well. Because if Brian and Ezra played the way they did on our feed, that's a tough match to beat. But one bull needed for Julie. Take a 2-0 victory. There it is. So Broken Glass does get it done. We will jump over to our Pro-Am. You see Philly there at the board.
I think you just realized the camera went over there and said hello to everybody.
Oh, he probably saw it switch.
It's all do a little turn. It's actually pretty. It doesn't make any noise, so unless you're really looking at it, it's kind of hard to notice. But
yes, you shouldn't notice it, but I can see that catch in the corner of your eye. But when you're locked in, those things you don't notice.
True. When things are going well, it's far from the mind there. Jeremy Lee, we saw him go on quite the run yesterday, falling down in that 4th place match. He lost out to Brian McConnell at the end there. And Jeff Summits was his other loss. And Ben Mall, welcomed addition to the pro list after a good run losing in the finals of the Amit singles last weekend.
Solid shot there, closing and scoring 60.
Now, Patrick Atea, when I first started commentating him last year at the Michigan Regional, he had a huge kick in his throw, like rivaling Kelly Mears' level of action there. Has absolutely spent the last 12 months or so saying, I'm going to try to get that out of my throw. He's done a good job of doing so, but you can see at times he does a little bit of a kick there. But compared to where he was, he's definitely been going a long way.
Good third there from Jeremy. Stepping to the left, finding a pathway to the 1818. I like this. Go ahead and get the single out of the way. And then you get 2 in a row at 20. But he's only going to hit 2 marks.
Really looking frustrated after that first.
Yeah, nobody really playing well here.
Trying to get that momentum going.
Patrick gonna like to take the 16s. That's all he's gonna do. So an empty triple.
Jeremy just taking that moment here. He's just trying to find a new number. 17 has a hanger. Can you get between the two? He can. Finds 4.
Ben power closing with a triple 17, only needing a single there on the third. Ooh, Billy looking up. Was looking to shut it down. It goes back to the 15 to find another triple.
Does get the point lead recovered, though. I don't mind the stay in that instance, even if it wasn't the best of executions. You don't want them to be able to say, all right, I hit a single 15. I can just tie up the score, leave it 3-3 here, go up for a single 20, trip 16. If you had at least a 20 on the last start, it would have pushed that to requiring a triple. At the very least, you're going to take the single 20 and a 15, in my opinion. I can swing. What a shot there from Jeremy Lee.
Yeah, great darts. No 3-dart finish here for Ben. May look to triple the 15 here. No, stays on the bull.
Well, that's a fat trick for Patrick. And pressure on this. Single 15 does push that bull again. I would just try to find the trip on the 15 before singing that bull here. Or start the bull and bail. You have to bail. Doesn't add a bull at the last.
Yeah, but a 3-dart finish now for Ben. Needs 3 bulls for the lead and a triple 15.
A little too inviting of a shot to leave. He has to still take it. There's the double.
Great start. Gonna get a look. And he drills it. That's what we like to call in the business a hucklebuck.
And that's one of the terminologies I do approve of. Hucklebuck in there.
That terminology actually came from Jeremy that you played triples with.
Oh, really?
Yep, he was the first person I ever heard say hucklebuck.
Very nice. I didn't know that.
Now it's kind of evolved into a dart-centric saying, but yeah, he was the first one to be like, "Wait, so you got hucklebuck? Like, what'd you say?"
I'm sorry. One more time. Yeah, I definitely think Jeremy just starting at the bull and staying there for 2 before pivoting off. I think if you can start there. You had to go back to 15 because you needed to find at least a trip. So inversely, I would have preferred to start there. But no punishment at all. Only a 2 mark on the starts. Patrick, who's been on the pro list for longer, is actually going second in this team dynamic here. Ben has just gotten onto the pro list.
Well, and I know he was. I shouldn't say I know. It looks like Ben is going through something. We talked about it, but these two from like a similar area. I when I would go north in Ohio to play in Rittman at BG's, they both would almost always be there. And Ben, to me, was the better player. So I'm not surprised to see Ben starting with these two. But again, you said Patrick changing his throw and Ben clearly with a little bit of a hitch. But it seems to be working this shot. Oh, narrowly missing out.
He made the last start nervous.
Yeah, a lot to overcome here with Philly averaging a 7.5. Jeremy actually has a 3-dart finish here.
Yeah, with that smart grab of the bull for an effective coffin shot. But not quite on that turn, as Linder says, whoever's playing better should start either the pro or the am. Oh, absolutely agree. I don't think there's any reason of like, I'm the pro, I should start. It's just of note. Because, typically if you're writing that formula, the person already on the pro list typically is the one that starts, not always.
Yeah, I think the obvious thing is the pro is better than the amateur more often than not. So you typically see the pro starting. But not always the case.
Still making a stand on these 16s. Staying a little stickier than the other team would prefer in this leg. Kind of an awkward position with the two bulls in the pocket, though, down 4 numbers. It's like you can take a stab at a number, but the bulls will then just be grabbed. You take a stab at the 15s, same situation there.
Yeah, honestly, if I'm Philly, I would like for Jeremy to close the 16s. And then continue pushing towards the bull.
Wholeheartedly agree. Grabs the bull first. Grabs the 16s. Well, that'll work.
Or do all of that.
That was the other option.
You could have hit a double bull and just won the game. What the heck?
Yeah, it's so lazy with it.
Right? You can make me throw again.
That was a great shot, though. Just a single bull or 2 singles on any of the closed cricket numbers there will suffice for a 1-1.
Markler saying it can depend on your opponent, too, who throws first. How so? Because I don't like determining my lineup based on who I'm playing.
I'd agree. I approach every match opponent the same. Like, maybe in singles, if I know a particular, like, they like to skip the 18s and go for the 17s, maybe that changes my shot selection a little bit there. But changing orders based around opponents is a bold move.
No, I mean, the best way to have success is to put the player who is going to hit more often going first because they get more visits to the board.
That is true.
And that's ultimately what you want. Plus, the start of the game is so important. It's where all the big numbers are, and if you get the advantage of having the bigger number, you can just see the disadvantage of having to battle with something smaller.
Especially in a doubles environment. Now, when you get to triples and quads, that's when you can start considering some of those factors in the sense of like having both of your players are fairly equal on your men's side of the affair there, and you have the lady going first, potentially having your stronger closer go last, even if they're the one that can outscore. That's the only time where you can start to convince me, but otherwise I agree with you, DJ.
Yeah, it's in steel tip. I mean, most soft tip events that I play, it's lady starts. But in steel tip, it's not. And I often see where they will put the lady in the middle. And candidly, both men are stronger players than the woman. Not always. I mean, trust me, I've played on some teams where the female is better than I am. But like we see the kind of lady sandwich a lot, and we always disagreed with it. And we had a lot of success in mixed triples. I think that you put the people, and it also helps that our success came with Marlies, who doesn't miss doubles. But yeah, you put the 2 strongest players, the strongest player first, the second strongest player second, and then the third. I think because just the visits to the board is the most important.
Oh, yeah. It's just about getting as many marks output as fast as possible.
Markler saying women can be your secret weapon too. I wholeheartedly agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, a lot of times in triples events, the female is the determiner. Like you will get the female that outplays the other female by a lot, and that's ultimately why you win.
We talk about taking your lumps and playing in tough brackets. Play any mixed event in Florida where you have to go against your Danny Chrissies, your Meredith Kinney combos, and you just learn, okay, this is how we just do our dues, maybe try to go for a top 6.
Yeah, you guys, I mean, Florida for females is bar none, the toughest region.
I will say Ohio / especially like the Ohio region we saw. There was a lot of like we're getting a convincing number 2 argument, especially with some of the Indiana bleed over with like the Henshaw coming over and whatnot. I definitely thought the women's Ohio field was probably our second best field, other than the Florida women's field.
I think that's fair. Olivia Terry and Olivia Zimzak, both newer players who play at a very high level on the women's side for sure. And then you've got the Wandas who moved from Georgia to Ohio a couple years back and stuff like that, who certainly can compete. And that's without a lot of the top women even playing last weekend.
I was going to say Taylor Thaxton chose to play the Florida regional instead of the Ohio. She's was there to support Carrie. Taylor, one of 3 ladies, that played in the invitational shootouts this last go around with Jessica Melton and Fancy Pants Jillian Phillips.
Fancy Pants.
She loves that nickname.
Does she?
Yeah,
that's
she does.
awesome.
David saying Texas women can keep up. Oh, wholeheartedly agree that that's another contingent. Just based off what I've seen in the regional tour, though, of especially women in attendance, that would be my ranking right now. Is probably Florida, then Ohio, and then the third place up for grabs.
Yeah, can keep up is relative, and I would agree there's many regions that can keep up. But when you're actually dicing it up and who has the best, I think Florida's got the edge there.
That is our strongest claim in Florida darts, is our women's game.
Fair. And that's with Shay no longer living down there and stuff, but, I mean, you certainly replaced her with other up-and-coming females.
Yeah, your Caitlin Myers is definitely one of the high-potential ones we've seen.
Yeah, the transplant from, like, New York or something, because I remember seeing her in Buffalo.
Yep. We took her in.
Like Kaylee Beard's another one that's kind of come up, playing because of her dad, John. As we see Ben polish off leg 2. Or is this leg 3? Leg 3 to take a 2-1 advantage.
I'm curious who I would put in that third place spot of the regionals.
For women?
Yeah, for women. I mean, it's hard to argue against Houston, Texas as the third. Trying to think of
who's the big winners down there.
In Texas, it was Lane Lysak lost out to Donna Katie.
And you got Cheyenne.
Cheyenne didn't play. She's taking a sabbatical from darts. She just announced her pregnancy and everything, so decided to step away from the game.
Chrissy Davis, obviously, down there.
Yeah, she did struggle.
Okay.
Didn't get the results. And then I'm thinking, all right, New York was Lauren Ivers. Maria Carley was that final. And then South Carolina, I remember South Carolina being a little bit more wide open because Shea was out of the country during that one. Yeah, I guess I would put Houston at the third for the regional tour this year specifically.
Yeah, we're not talking just in general, but for the regional tour, that's fair.
I also do love the balance of, like, sometimes we start talking about, like, the pro darts on the women's matches and the men's side, and now we're taking the pro am and talking about women's darts. I love it. We do have our next women's match coming up here shortly. These are certainly some team names. Gag Me taking on Two Girls, One Board. Gotta love team names.
Mopar saying when Jeremy takes his time, he shoots better. I can't argue. I think there's definitely a bit of focus that comes from him. You watch him, he kind of gives the board a stare down, gets a plan of action. And I know we've kind of beat a dead horse on it, but we were actually talking about it before we went live this morning. And if it's to benefit you, I completely agree with it. I talked about I oftentimes have to slow myself down because I get caught up in the rhythm of a fast player. Danny Lauby is the first one that comes to mind. He plays so quickly that I feel like when I'm walking backwards, he's already thrown his third dart, and then I'm just doing a U-turn and turning at the line. And I do like to approach the board from behind it and walk straight at it, or I guess facing it and walk straight at the line to set up. So I would make it a conscious effort to walk to the table, take a drink, and then walk back just to play at my own pace. So if that's what Jeremy's doing, cheers to him. But when you've got his partner in the chat, like, I told him to play slow, it makes it a little different.
Yeah, it absolutely does make it very different. And Jeremy definitely not playing as slow as he was in that singles.
No, I mean, he threw his first dart with 40 seconds on the 45-second shot clock on his last turn. So not nearly what he was doing. There was a lot where, 10 or 15 seconds was on the shot clock in yesterday's event. But definitely playing well here this weekend. And taking the lead on the bull and sets up the 3-dart finish. Don't mind this. Like you're almost guaranteed to lose the point lead here. As Jeremy's going to come up and start. But now if you've taken away one of the darts, I guess. So you're moving it towards the finish line.
We do have our first women's top 4 matchup ready. That's going to be High 4 versus Beast Mode. Unfortunately, we will not get that other women's matchup just because we're taking bracket position into effect there. So, yeah, High 4 versus Beast Mode will be that next matchup on our stream board there for the ladies.
That trick there from Patrick, but not enough to take the lead. And up 3 numbers. Philly should look to hit a hat trick and finish this game. No, we're going to start on the 20. Oh, big last. Starting to let Ben and Patrick back in a leg that they were dominating.
Yeah, it just takes one time on the one time, right? You got to get your big shot in here, hope for an error from your opponent, and capitalize on the opportunity once again. That's why you can't give up on any legs. You know, it sounds kind of rudimentary to say, but how many times have you seen someone start to lose focus, start thinking about that next leg, and all of a sudden your opponent missed 9 darts at bulls, and you are still not in a position to punish them for that? If your opponent misses 9 darts at anything, you should punish them. Jeremy here, 49 points. Should be able to just grab this one after getting some more points.
Yeah, if they didn't have a 3-number advantage, I would wholeheartedly agree with that first start, but you run the risk of letting your opponent hang around for far too long.
Well, maybe all Jeremy's thinking is, man, that one time I went for the bull, they went up and hit double bull, single bull, trip 15. Maybe he's a little scarred from that first leg. Even if it's subconsciously so. We do get to a last leg decider here, and you can see the Dark Gods getting thanked by Philly.
Oh, Jeremy going to take the cork. He did play better in that last leg. I wonder if he's been corking the whole time.
I'm a big fan of having the person that's not starting
Really?
go for the cork. Yeah, I'm one of those.
See, again, I think whoever has the better chance of winning the cork should cork it.
Sure, but I always had the mentality of, well, instead of 4 perfect darts, it's 3 perfect darts. 3 and 1. You're splitting up the work duty a little bit, especially when we're talking some of those other tournament circuits that have you do the 3-dart count up. Then you're asking for a 180 and then a 9 mark 20 on the start is what I always think about with that one. That's probably where that habit developed for me for sure.
With Gordon and I, it's usually who's getting fired. It's, you lost 3 in a row, you're fired. Oh, I just lost 3 in a row. All right, I'm fired too. Who does it now?
I'll say my lifetime record of playing Gordon Dixon in darts is now 3-1 him. We did play 1 best of 5 last weekend.
Yeah. Did you get that?
What?
What was it prior to that match? You didn't say who won that one.
Oh, he won that match.
Oh,
We
so
never.
it was
That was our
2-1?
first time ever playing.
Oh, so you're saying legs?
3-1 in legs.
Legs. I thought you meant matches. Okay.
1-0 the bad guys for
Gotcha.
total match run there.
I haven't actually seen him play in a while, but from what I hear, he's been playing a lot better.
Well, I can tell you from our matchup, we both wish we were playing better. We both were like, let's just not really talk about the numbers we shot here. But no, I will say I was filming him. We did a 30 for 30 style interview with him.
Okay.
And talking about the history and everything else he's had to do with the game. And I shot some B-roll of him throwing, and he was in the practice board. He was a hero for sure.
Yeah, I know the Columbus Steel Tip Pro League. He's been winning that pretty consistently, and Columbus is a tough area to play.
I'm only not going to argue with PFM's comment because he has a Buckeyes profile picture.
So I was wondering, like, it's got to be a Columbus guy. Is that Patrick McGinnis?
Oh, if that's Patrick McGinnis, then never mind. You're banned. You're done.
No, I hurt you.
No. I don't even believe in renting cars.
What?
That's not true. Should have done that on the way here. It can't be Patrick McGinnis. It says 73. He was born in 63.
Oh.
There's the close on the 18s, but nobody's business. Pretty firm control. Looking pretty solid here as well.
Yeah, Philly having another great leg, averaging 6.5. The other corner. Solid 5 mark, though.
And brings down his average to a pedestrian 6.0.
Mark, they're saying Columbus is easy to get to geographically. I agree. I argued for Columbus to be one of the hubs for a very long time. Just because, and I mean hub for darts, just because if you think about it, and I did the math at one point, there are so many major cities that are within 3 hours of Columbus. Like, you start talking, Indy, Detroit, Pittsburgh, Louisville, Lexington, Cincinnati, Cleveland. Like, they're just so. And then if you expand it to 6, you're drawing in St. Louis and Chicago and whatnot. I do think it's very, very well placed geographically.
Well, also on top of that, another reason why at least is trending upwards. Record attendance at the Ohio Regional.
Yeah, and that was on short notice.
Short notice, back-to-back weekends with the other weekend being in Pittsburgh too.
And it was in the middle of a 3, pretty close, like Houston to start the January. Then you have Columbus, and then finishing out this one here.
Yeah, I was happy to see the attendance be up over there. Overall, it's been really solid throughout the tour. I definitely think a couple more reworks to the prize money, which I heard is coming again. So I heard there might even be rumors that they're going to experiment with some of that in San Antonio to see what they want to do going forward for the 40th tour.
Are you trying to tease the people by saying that San Antonio might pay out more?
At the very least, it'll pay out with smiles because I'll be there.
Wow.
I heard that they were considering rolling that change out as a test there before going into the 40th tour.
Now, what can I buy with your smiles?
Happiness, longevity.
Okay. Well, it doesn't buy Philly wins because he does that on his own. So, Philly and Jeremy getting that one done. And it looks like we don't have another one on our other board just yet. High 4 and beast mode. Yet to get to the board, but we'll show you a little of the room there. Kind of getting smaller, but still a lot of people in there. We're going to take a short break here, and we will be right back.
It's time for the first top 4 matchup in our women's doubles combo format here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. My name is Nick DeShow, joined by DJ Sayer on the call for this one.
Yeah, a couple of familiar faces that we see on our feeds. Jen, we saw yesterday, and then Selena had a pretty deep run as well.
And this is Michelle Walton stepping up to the line here.
Yep, definitely familiar with Michelle. Her and Bob Walton have been winning events in Pittsburgh forever.
Someone has to be winning them. It ain't me.
Great open from Selena. Putting the pressure on Alicia. Solid response.
And Jen just going to go into that supporting role early on here. And then Selena's out in front. Last start helps the cause. No way for 111 freeze. On for it here. 2 bulls and a trip 17 is the call to action. Not going to go, but just going to now focus on getting low, low, low. Decided to stay in the bull for the last. Would have left 47.
David Zuniga saying, so no women pro can play in this event, right? That's why one female playing pro-am. So, no, a woman A or double A player can play in the women's events at a regional. However, if they finish well, top 3 in the doubles or the singles, then at future regionals for that year, that tour, they have to play in the pro-am. They can't play the women's doubles again.
Basically giving other people a chance to qualify for the pro list.
So that's why that one woman in Olivia, as we see Jen check a 108 on the double 17. Yeah, Olivia is playing in the pro-am rather than the women's doubles because she played Niagara in November.
I will say that's another thing that's heavily in the works right now is reworking the pro system. You know that's a hotly discussed issue in the backgrounds of the scene here, trying to figure out what's the best way to help revamp everything. I only get to hear murmurs. I'm not in that discussion, but what I have heard seems promising. A lot of things just in general looking up for BullShooter. Tournaments have been running faster than ever this go around. Only one single bracket in the entire tour bled past 2 a.m., and that was the over 100 teams playing in mixed triples in Houston there. Actually, every other mixed triples finished by midnight or earlier.
David asking if that goes for males also. Yes. So as an open male, if you then qualify at a previous regional, you have to play as you can play as the AM in the pro-am in the mixed triples, but you cannot play in the open doubles or the open singles.
Good switch on the last start there for Selena. Grabs that single 20. Get that close. You're basically forcing Alicia here saying, okay, you have to either get a new number or spend time closing mine. The goal is to do both. Oh, we'll take it 6.
Jen doing just enough to take the point lead back. Michelle gonna look to get a stab at the 19s. Has to start on the 17s to get the score back.
Selena now just saying, all right, give me one solid triple here, and then I can dictate the rest of my darts. Last one looked like a split mine there. Debatably going back to the 19s. We appreciate each and every one of you guys tuning in. Thank you all for the kind words of love and support. We appreciate you, especially you, Jeff McMammal. And everyone else too, I guess.
Big third there from Michelle. Didn't think she was able to find any room on that 17, but she squeezes it in the bottom right corner.
And it's personally one of my favorite parts of soft tip is trying to find those darts that would otherwise be unhittable and finding a way to make it happen. Parting the seas while your darts are clinging on for dear life. Oh, but that's an opening.
Jenna electing to stay on the 19s. Switches to the 17 with her last. Michelle's going to brick here. So Selena could put a stranglehold on this leg in the match. Couple of big triples.
Last night, by the way, fun fact, they ran 4 bonus blind draws. Little second chance blind draws here.
That is one of the things that I've noticed this year, especially last weekend, that there's a concerted effort to, like, if you're out, you have something to do. And I know a lot of people complained when the flyers were first released for this tour because the Friday night became singles rather than the big blind draw. And a lot of people do enjoy playing the draws. But I like this change to have the singles featured on Friday night and then the blind draws be spread throughout the weekend for the players that aren't still in the events.
It gives you multiple opportunities to just play. And I'll tell you, those blind draws usually 100% payback too, so not too bad to get in there and get your namesake alike. I've definitely played in a few. I had like a 75% win rate in those blind draws. I got some great partner luck in my blind draws I played this tour. Last year won a blind draw here with Chris Alexander. They actually called for a redraw. They redrew it and we got each other again.
Yeah, I know the first year that I did the BullShooter commentary, I would always go in, play the Friday night blind draw, and then do commentary Saturday and Sunday. And I had quite a bit of success winning the blind draws. I think I like won 3 and got second in the 4th one that I played in, and I only did 4.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's a harder blind draw than a 16-team blind draw.
Oh, no, I'm talking the Friday $500 ad.
The big one.
Yeah. A lot of times would be the highest paying event of the weekend.
Mm-hmm. I think the only time I ever actually played the Friday draw was back when the Georgia BullShooter was still in existence. Selena here. Trip 16 for 218s is the desired shot. Needs to stay for at least one more. I just stay on it. He's debating.
She fooled me. I thought she was going to throw it.
Unless those flights are awkward in position, I might as well stay. Single on the 18 doesn't help here. Overthought it a little bit.
Another one for the lead. A little bit of back and forth here. It's looking like whoever can put together one big shot can take control of this leg.
Yeah, 33-point difference here, so 2 big 18s needed. Bare minimum on the turn, but does add a dart to Selena's throw. That was the goal.
Selena gets the point lead with her first dart. I'd like to see her go up. That hasn't been her MO so far. Looks like she will this time, though. Don't throw doubles. That dart's thrown at the triple. It's a big fat single.
I'm not going to disagree with you on that one. And back to just trying to get the point lead back. No dice there. Definitely a frustrating moment. Jen looking to capitalize on this opening. Struggling to find the 18, though. Does get it on the last.
Jen, Jeremiah Malaring that chewing gum.
You gotta chew like you're angry at the gum.
Well, Jeremiah hammers some gum.
So does Porterfield, too.
Oh, he does too.
Yeah.
Yep, he's another one.
I can barely chew gum and walk, let alone throw darts.
Big first there from Selena. She's sliding right over the 15. Stays on it. Empty-handed with the last two. Alicia needs 4 to get the point lead, though. Only going to find 2. So Jen free and clear to take away these 15s.
Just finds one. Does stay, gets another last start trip. Beautiful stuff there.
Yeah, stayed with it all 3.
$17-point difference here. Yeah, I don't mind this play at all. Quick the bail on it, though.
Yeah, you kind of decommitted on your second and then went back to it with your third. Had the second dart been a single 16, you probably would have closed it. I like the idea. I think she gave up on it a little too quick.
That's an awkward first start. Go grab the extra point. At least 116 here.
1 pushes it out of touch. Now if you hit another triple, I mean up 33, she would need 2 more to push the bull again. But still, Alicia, no 3-dart out. Oh, but Alicia not going to close them. Jen just needs a hat trick to take the match 2-0.
Trying to find it. Getting another awkward dart there. Parachute. Just a single. Doesn't help. Gotta stay for 2. I would have bailed on the first. If you hit the trip, then you can go back for that bull.
Exactly right.
Sometimes I know some stuff. Mostly because I've learned it from you or Gordon, but that's besides the point.
Oh, Michelle kind of whips the third dart outside. Rushed it a little bit. Took the single for granted. Lena opened the 0-1 with a hat trick. Was on the perfect game. There she only needs 2 darts to polish off 3 bulls. So beast mode gets her done. Looks like we do not have another match going right now. Do we have a board assigned?
Not yet. So right now we're about to get our other ladies top 4. They're currently in a last leg decider.
And
on
then
that
we'll
one.
get that top 4 match?
Yep. We also have a top 4 Pro-Am currently waiting on a play-in match there as well. So we're going to probably get that ladies top 4 next, then probably a queen seat, and then back to the Pro-Am for the top 4. So give us a few moments here. We're actually going to take a moment to hear from Kat Middleton that talked with Gordon Dixon over there in Ohio. And we'll be back in just a moment's time with more action. Don't go far, folks.
The 39th annual tour stop here in Columbus, Ohio. I'm here with Kat Middleton. We're about to see who's going to win the most titles this weekend. You've got 3. Olivia Terry's got 3. What do you think? We're in the mixed doubles right now.
I have a lot of faith in my partner. He's doing a pretty good job at carrying me right now.
Oh, very nice. Who are you playing in the mix with?
Billy. I'm playing with Mike.
Oh, Mike. Very
yeah,
nice.
Yeah.
Have you played with him before?
I have. Like we've played a couple events together. We played Chicago finals last year, and then we played New York, and we won both events there.
Oh,
year,
awesome.
so,
So
yeah.
there's a history there.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Awesome. Now, the big question is, you didn't get the singles title.
No.
That is one that Olivia has over you.
Yeah,
I
she's
said
a
in one.
beast. She's a beast.
I said in one of the openers that's one of the events that everybody here comes
Oh,
for.
yeah.
Is that top of your list too?
Yeah, definitely. I was disappointed I didn't do as well as I had hoped to do, but in the end, I'm here to have fun, and like I got to shoot with Olivia this weekend, so like it's been a blast to share the line with her.
Now you played in the 2-hole. Olivia started.
Yep.
We were talking on stream about how difficult that 2-hole can be because sometimes you're throwing to freeze, sometimes you're throwing to not freeze.
Right.
Would you agree? I think we all kind of decided that maybe the 2-hole is sometimes more difficult to play in. Which one do you prefer?
I honestly, I don't have really a preference. I don't like. It's just a feel between partners, like how you're shooting together or whatever. But honestly, I don't have a preference. Like, I'm good with either one. Obviously, in 0-1 today, she carried me a little bit. I struggled a little bit, but yeah.
So let's talk about the female game in general. Obviously, we've got Nick here from Florida, who really good Florida
Absolutely.
female fields. How do you think we stack up in Ohio?
I think we're giving them a run for their money this weekend. I do. I think the females here, we have good competition this weekend. So.
Yeah, completely agree. Some good youngsters too
Yeah,
that
up and coming. Yeah.
be playing for some time.
Back in action here at Columbus, Ohio. I'm joined by OT from the TO, Olivia Terry. How you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing so good because you were out here demolishing on the dartboard. You got 3 wins so far, but that singles one was probably the best feeling one, wasn't it?
Actually, it was. I just came off playing the WCS versus Shay Cole. That's my girl, South Carolina. What? She's an amazing shot. And I knew I was coming this weekend, and second place, you know what, I'll take it, but I knew that I had some more in the tank for this weekend.
Yeah, and I mean, you were fired up at the line, but it was a collective fired up. You were celebrating at times, being a little goofy, but you looked like you were eyes on the prize pretty much the whole time. You felt like locked in?
Yeah, I really did. I took this weekend as kind of like a business trip for myself. You know, I needed to work on a few things. Kat asked me to play in doubles, women's doubles, and you know she's from my area, about an hour or so away. But you know she's a phenomenal player. I haven't played with her in about a year. She's kind of like me. She's loud. She likes to slap hands, slap booties. You know what I'm saying? So she gave me a lot of energy. You know. sometimes we get down, and we needed that in our game. So
Well, and you guys played well in doubles together. You were untouchable as a team, it seemed, with Olivia giving you a run with Amanda. But let's be honest, right now you and Kat are playing mixed doubles. Whoever does the better run gets that 4th title potentially and gets MVP. Is that on your mind a little bit?
not really. You know, if Kat wins it, you know, I'm so proud of her. She's taking a little bit of hiatus in darts right now, and I have to as well. But you know what? It's really not about the titles or whatever. It's about the experience you enjoy at these BullShooters, the family, the camaraderie, the staff. That's why we come to do the thing. Yes, to see you in person and not on a screen that's like this small.
Oh, well, I love it. And one of the other girls we saw out here that you played time and time again was Nikki Henshaw.
Wow.
Running into her a little
Phenomenal.
bit there. Yeah, what's your thoughts on her game?
Phenomenal player. I've been seeing on a lot Facebook a lot, not MySpace, that she's
Not
been
MySpace.
no, not MySpace. She's been traveling a lot, going to these top tournaments right now, and she's just a credible person, but a more better like player. She's amazing. I know she got me a little bit on those 15s, and she knows what I'm talking about. But she's an incredible player, and you know I can't wait to see her keep growing in this game for women's sports.
Last question. What's next for OT?
Next for OT is try to pay off my furnace that went out in a negative 23 weather. But you know what? Just playing a lot of league games, getting some PPD games in, get ready for nationals and all-stars. But you never know. I might sneak up somewhere.
Oh,
Call me.
Don't throw me with a good time. Olivia Terry, everybody. Great shooting, and continue to wish you the best of luck in your great runs here.
My hands are sweaty, but thank
too.
you, Nick. Thank you.
All right, Gordon Dixon here with Nikki Henshaw, one of our female competitors this weekend. Nikki, how did you feel you did overall?
I'm really proud of my darts and as far as I've come within the last couple of years. I've made a lot of goals for myself, and I feel like I'm hitting those goals right now. My next big thing is going to be making a run in the PPD. I'm trying to make that, yeah.
Very nice. So what does that entail? Like what do you, is that a league goal? Is that just getting in enough games or just going to that tournament?
So it's definitely going to be a multitude of things. So I do need to, keep up on my leagues, keep up on my stats, make sure that I'm going to TOC and getting in that supercharger money, all of those things. And I want to play with the best of the best and against the best of the best. So that's my goal.
That's awesome. So what did you think of the field here in Ohio?
I absolutely adore everybody here in Ohio. I try to come out to Ohio as much as possible. I have the drive down pat by now.
Very
I know
nice.
exactly how to get here and get home, and that's what matters. So yeah, there's amazing women out here. Olivia Terry, Little Liv, obviously Lori Simpkins out here. There's amazing players. And then we also get the players that come over from different states and things along those lines. Kat Middleton comes down from Michigan. So it's great. And I played with Tina Russo. She comes down from Pennsylvania. So we actually played the pro doubles this
I was going to ask about that. So you guys decided to play in the pro rather than the women's. How does that calculation come in?
So she already qualified, so she had to play in the pro. So she was looking for a partner, and I'm like, yeah, let's give these boys a run for their
tangle it.
money.
Yeah, that's awesome.
yeah.
So how did you guys feel like you did? I mean, did you play a steady game in that?
Yeah, so it obviously was double in, double out, and split bowl. So the doubling in was a little bit of our problem. If it had not been double in, I think we would have done a lot better because, the double trouble in the beginning. But yeah, we kind of clicked in the second match, but then, it's a hard battle from the second place, so.
For sure. So one more thing, just back to you as a player. You said you've set some goals for yourself. Where did that kind of originate? Like, when did you kind of go from, hey, this is kind of fun one night a week or 2 nights a week to, okay, there's some opportunities with this?
Yeah, so about 4 years ago, I made the goal, like, I'm going to get a sponsor this year. I'm going to start traveling. I'm going to like pick somebody that I really want to sponsor me, and I'm gonna target them and be around them all the time and make them notice me, kind of thing, which is what I did with Filthy Assassins. Kind of targeted them, and so I met that goal. And then the next thing was just to kind of dive right in and be like, I'm gonna make this a big part of my life. I was shooting darts 7 days a week for the longest time. I tore 2 tendons in my shoulder, so I had to take a little bit of time off and do some rehab and things like that, and now I'm kind of amping it back up. So this year I have 10 events planned already to travel to, big events like Chicago. I'm already set for all my events in Chicago, so I'm just really looking forward to keeping moving.
Awesome. Well, it was a pleasure to meet you. Yeah. Pleasure to call some of your matches this weekend, and look forward to seeing your progression.
All right, thank you.
All right, Gordon Dixon here with the BullShooter crew here at the Columbus, Ohio stop. I'm here with Mr. George Daniels. How you doing, George?
I'm doing pretty good. A little tired.
It was a good weekend. Yeah, we're catching you after the doubles today. Yeah. Are you playing in the mixed?
Yeah, I'm playing with Beth Schaefer.
Oh, so you're not even done? Even done yet? No. Yeah, Beth. We followed her in the women's. Pretty good shot. You got a good shot in this.
Yeah, we lost the first round, so we lost to Hendricks and K something.
Oh, okay. So this weekend give me a breakdown. Like how often, as far as league is concerned, are you playing soft? Are you playing steel? Do you even play league?
I just play soft tip leagues on Mondays and Tuesdays.
Mondays and Tuesdays. So now you're playing.
I haven't been throwing them still.
I got you.
I went to Vegas last weekend.
Yeah. How'd you feel out there?
I had a top 8 and 2 top 16s.
Gotcha. So when you walk into a weekend like this, are you obviously, I said in the warm up or the opener yesterday, everybody came here for singles. So to get that title straight away, do you not necessarily job done for the weekend, but that gives you the spot in the invitational and everything?
It makes it feel worth coming if you get that first one out of the way.
Right. Now, was the invitational a big influence for you?
I gave myself this one in Chicago to get on the ESPN thing.
To go down there and play. So
I hope I get to go because end of July, I'm on a 10-day cruise.
Oh, I gotcha.
I'm back before they do the ESPN thing.
Gotcha. So maybe a potential schedule conflict, but that was definitely something that interested you in coming out here to qualify.
That's the only reason I came to this one.
Awesome. And one of the other things that we were talking about on stream, you and Kessler, is that something that's happened? Have you played with him before, or how did that get
the first one
set up?
We're tired of beating up on each other.
Oh, yeah. Decided to join forces.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I know it was frustrating for you guys too. Obviously, it was something that we saw. You would struggle. He would get in. He would struggle.
Yeah.
You would run down the board. How conscious of that were you guys? Did that add any pressure during the matches?
Not really. It's just
an annoyance.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Well, hey, it was great to see you. I hope you get to play in the Invitational. It would be a big addition to that. So, Gordon Dixon here at the Ohio Regional signing off.
Time for the top 4 match in our ladies doubles to see who will play beast mode in that queen seat matchup. 2 girls, 1 board taking on Can-Am here. I'm Nick Chair, joined by DJ Sayer on the call.
Yeah, another couple of Ohio ladies that we didn't even mention that are here in Reggie and Vonnie.
And then, of course, we do have the first Pro-Am top 4 called up there. We bout that, taking on Skinny Beaver. We bout that the Don Stewart-led team that upset the Bubba Ezra team that we saw earlier.
Yeah. I think it's fair to say the best performance we've seen so far today was in that first match with those two.
I couldn't disagree with that front. Here we go. Off to the races. Trish going second in the lineup. What is funny about that is that Trish today said, man, my 0-1 yesterday felt really good. So to have her go second in this dichotomy is a little bit interesting there.
Well, and I think it's fair to point out that Trish beat Kalika twice yesterday in the singles, both for the queen seat, and then Kalika made it back and she polished her off there as well. So you have to believe that Trish is playing better, but it may be a situation that she doesn't want to get frozen. I don't know.
Yeah, it was Danny Baggish at the start of the tour that had the conversation basically saying he thinks the stronger player should consider going second if you feel like your A is good enough to not, or if your B player going in that A slot can hit enough to not freeze. And playing around the freeze in that fact, you're giving more darts to the player that might want a couple extra. I don't disagree with the logic, but I don't know. I feel like having your guns out in front is best.
Whether you're going first or second, as far as the team goes, no matter what, you're giving the other team an extra round to score more than your partner. And in a lot of instances, if you're going like Trish is going fourth, both Yvonne and Leslie, have had an extra shot on Kalika. Now, I don't think that's the case for these two, but my point is, like, they get 2 rounds to her 1 before Trish gets to throw again. So the chance of freezing is actually higher by putting your weaker player second or
in this instance,
first on your team.
Trish actually would have had the first look at an out. Instead, had to hope that Kalika did hit the 2 bulls that she did end up hitting to guarantee the freeze. Otherwise, they would have had to fade some game darts.
Yeah, if you're worried about getting froze, the best method is to go first and win it before they have a chance to freeze you.
Well, that's definitely still a solid 0-1 performance there from Grezik. Making it 1-0 for Can-Am. And I get that we were talking about the Canadian-American team name, but like super high up north New York is like basically Canada as well. We could just go Can-Can.
You just gave away Buffalo, like Niagara.
Yeah.
Like, you guys are close enough.
You can see
there's a giant lake that separates you, but whatever.
Yeah. Lake Schmake. What I've always said. He does start off, though, with a 7 on the 20s. They're looking pretty good in this cricket league early on.
Yeah, 7 and a 4. Really punishing the 2.
Trish here going to be on some clean up duty.
Did get to talk to Trish this morning for a little bit. She talked about having brand new barrels. So an adjustment period. She was actually talking about how she was kind of inconsistent because she was trying out new barrels, but really wasn't pushed in the ladies singles yesterday. So it's interesting to see like how she adapts day 2 with the new barrels.
And prototypes. Only thing they're missing is some purple paint on them. Reggie here should just pop a single 18, single 15. Be happy with those. How about a trip 15 instead for extra credit? Good shot there. 3 numbers up now, and in great position. Trish, though, she can dig deep on the 17s, can start to change the tide. Opts to go straight for the 16s instead. Maybe wisely so.
Yeah, catching 7.
Why did you get the bribe credit cards? I didn't get no bribes.
I don't know. They like me.
I got the hint. They like
So
me.
yeah, the
Touch Tunes credit, like the little free
Touch
credit
Tune
cards.
5 free credits. The little cards. I got handed about a dozen of them before we went live with this match. I also got quite a few of them in Columbus too, by the way.
What?
Yeah, I got even more in Columbus.
It's ridiculous. That's it.
People know I like free stuff. Look at
I'm
this
calling
thing.
corporate. Calling corporate right now.
I'm pretty sure corporate is here.
Fair amount. Well, they're starting the fight back here. You know, this is the spot where I wouldn't mind getting a little crazy with the play here. Either grab the 19 or close to 17. Just get one of those numbers out of the mix so the 4-number possibility isn't in play.
Yeah, I would normally agree with you. However, I think the law of averages comes into play in this one. I think Trish and Kalika's MO for this is to extend it.
Yeah, to grind it out a little
Yep, the longer the match goes, the more the averages will come into play. Everybody will regress to the mean, right? So we see Yvonne. I mean, she's playing well, started well, opened with a 7 mark, but that average has slipped down to a 3.25.
Up to Reggie to maintain that high average here. See, that's starting to sail away. The pressure's starting to be felt here, I think. Despite the 3 numbers. And now Trish has any option she wants as far as shot selection here. Although the way she's hitting that trip 16 on the first start, I wouldn't mind doing a little bit more of a conservative approach. Like you said, continue to grind it out. This 3rd in a row, first start trip 16. Smartly switches to the 19 on the last, just to guarantee that close, save a dart for later down the line. Another trip 16. They're definitely clawing their way back in just on that number alone. Point, close, point. Shot selection there.
Leslie only going to find 1 triple. Can't hit anything else with it. So Trish now up by 8 points. Going to look to take away those 20s. That's all she'll do. A job done with the 20. Now you kind of level the playing field a bit. 17s versus 16s. Or excuse me, 16s versus 15s. Unless Yvonne elects to take the 17s.
And going well high. The pressure has definitely been transferred in this one from the 3 numbers down scenario to, well, now Can-Am's definitely in pole position here. And I do realize I didn't even think about that, but in the Pro-Am, we have Kalika's not so better half, but that the other Chris playing side by side there currently. So
No.
I believe that is Jason Chris. So currently playing their top 4. So both top 4s going on at the same time for the Chris household. Looking good. Oh, Reggie doesn't get the close on the last, gets deflected there. Preferred maybe a little bit of movement on the Aki to try to get away from that barrel. 3 big 17s here gets you advantage going into the Bulls. Gotta stay true, though. Does do so.
Yeah, just played it pretty safe there. Make sure she got the close.
Go at the bowls or grab the 3 mark on the close for a 4-3. Chose for the close route. Just the 1.
You're going to go for score. That's not enough to push the bull. Needs another one, but finds a triple. A dagger, taking away any kind of 3-dart finish hopes for Leslie.
Yeah, 72-point differential between the teams now. And feels like the last one got away from her a little bit. Now Grezik can take this 3 clear. You can parachute for 1 single 16 to push the bull again. Or a trip. Trips always work. 120-point difference. And more, 168-point difference now. Said, all right, we're really not putting any doubts on this. 168 points up. Lots of bulls down. Closes 16, but doesn't leave a game shot. You got to fade 6 darts at the bull, only needing 3 for Can-Am.
There it is. So Can-Am getting it done 2-0. We will hop over to our other feature board where we've got We About That taking on Skinny Beaver. The other Chris, Jason here, known as Beaver. And they are way down in this leg. Looks like Don Stewart's having a pretty good leg. But Jason gonna find 9 16s.
Just in time.
Yeah. He just needed the camera on him.
For optimal performing.
And you see the scoreboard there. We are tied up at 1 leg apiece. This is leg number 3. On staying hot. Skinny now. Oh, that's awkward. Probably too much to do anyways. He trips the 20 with his last dart, even though they're already closed. So you played with Jeremy Wallace last weekend? Does Clayton look like Jeremy Wallace?
I can see the similarities there.
Yeah, first time I met Clayton, that was all I could think. You look like my buddy Jeremy.
No, it was so funny because Jeremy's like, I haven't played darts in like 14 years.
He borrowed a set of darts from my wife.
Is that where he got his darts
Yeah.
from? And I saw him grabbing cash. He's like, hey, Gordon, can I have $1 like for signing up our trips team? And I looked at his hand. I was like, how much do you think signups are? He's like, I was thinking like 15 a person. And I said, oh, things have changed. As, the ghost Don Stewart makes it a 2-1 advantage for We Bout That. Here we go. Skinny. Get things going. Best worst opening finds a 5. We do have our other Pro-Am matchup here getting into the mix in just a moment's time. Called up to board 49. LeBron, who? Taking on, what board are we on? Well, it's 49. All right, these gentlemen were taking their time to get to the board, but we are ready to get some coverage going of our other top 4 matchup here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. My name is Nick Teixeira, joined by DJ Sayer in the booth here.
Sorry, yeah, when we looked at the bracket early on, one of the teams that we kind of pointed out to maybe challenge the Porterfield BMAC team is this one in Levi and Jamie, who we saw get second place in the open singles yesterday, seemed to play pretty well, and we know what Levi's capable of. He had the second highest cricket average yesterday when you pulled the stats of all the pros. Was above a 5 for the day.
I went up to Jamie after his run last night, and I was like, dude, you played so good in cricket. What was with you and the Bulls? Were you like afraid of them? You looked like you were throwing them different. Like, I wasn't trying to. And then happily took his welcome addition to the pro list, though.
Yeah, silly questions, you get silly answers, Nick.
Oh.
Like, were you trying to throw Bulls differently? Like, why would I do that?
Mike Maloney pointing out that the scoreboard's incorrect. Hey, that's why we employ you here, Mike. Always a pleasure. My bad there. Yeah, we definitely had some technical issues. You saw our commentary got cut off there for a little bit in that last top 4 match. We got everything dialed back in, making sure that no bad air for the hotel internet here, and trying to go strong for the rest of the stream. We appreciate all you guys hanging out with us and giving us your love and support. Here we go, Jamie. Down to the 19s. Places it pretty awkward there.
Tiffany Hedrick asking who the AM is on Brian and Mike. That would be Brian. He did make the pro list earlier this year, but is still allowed to play as the AM in the Pro Am.
Of course, Porterfield, the man of the hour last night.
Thank you, Mark Lair, for tuning in, buddy. We wouldn't do it without you guys.
So far, Mike Porterfield on the weekend has only lost 2 games of cricket, both of them coming from doubles here. He went 10 for 10 yesterday in that combo format. And then they had a bye into a 3-0 win over Sharpshooters, 3-1 win over me and him, 3-1 win over this guy and the kid to get to this point. Well, what board are we on? Has only dropped to 1 leg on the day after getting a bye, getting a 3-1 win over the Hats, 3-0 win over Overrated, and a 3-0 win over Nobody's Business. Porterfield can just run away to the corner pockets. Grabs that 6. Needs to get underneath that dart for the 15. Just a single.
Levi relegated to the 15s. It's a pile and a half, really.
That means 9.
Bingo.
I've been learning.
He's on his way. Oh, but only a pile.
The half is for later. So now BMAC is just on cleanup duty, playing for the 1, 2, 3, single on any of the numbers, and then over to the 15s. Goes for extra credit. Doesn't go for the 2 single 15s. Just hits a big old single on the last, but up 3 numbers and some points. They're fine with their position.
Big shot there from Jamie, retaking the point lead.
So heads up on our run of show here. We're going to watch this top 4 match in full. Then we're going to get that ladies queen seat matchup there. And then we'll go back for the pro-am seat matchup. And then from there, more likely a third place final, and then over to the amateur bracket. Give or take, pending timing.
Levi not going to be able to take the lead here. Brian just needs one bull to take the first leg. There it is.
Ron, your AM's throwing a 4.85 and your pro's throwing a 5.8. That's the standard where you're in prime position to go on the run to win the whole day. Again, we saw the moment of brilliance from Bubba and Ezra, 8.5 and a 5. That's the standard that could beat that. We saw that for a single leg. I expect BMAC and Porterfield to stay in that range for most of the day. Porterfield did average a 5.82 all day in pro singles. Now Jamie G, Patrick Mulligan's cousin. Let's see what he can do. I say that in hopes that eventually Patrick will tune in when Jamie's on the stream.
Max should be looking to fill up these 19s. Only going to hit one. The tables have turned here in leg number 2. Levi and Jamie in the power seat going first.
It's going to be keen to take advantage of this. Back up. Decides to push the envelope there with the 102-point lead. Does require a 9 mark from Porterfield on the 18s or 17s. That's the 9 mark. Although, if he chose the 18s instead of the 17s, would have gotten the point lead with that shot. But I guess if you're going to collect a 9, you know you're going to collect it. Not the biggest difference maker in the world.
And you take away the single mark that Jamie and Levi have on the 17s, essentially.
Potentially forcing an error here from Jamie. Right at the close. I don't know if that dart dragged down or if he was intending the double. He looked a little uncomfortable with it. But now BMAC trying to hit the Big Mac shot. He'll take 5, though. 45-point difference. Crazy. My thought there was, Porterfield slowing down. And I look, he's still throwing a 5.67. I guess when you throw a 5.8 on the day, anything less than that is hard. When you see something so stellar time and time again, it's hard to remember that you're still throwing above average there.
Well, and I think it's fair to say that his legs off the feed had to be a lot worse than what we saw on the feed, because we saw multiple 7+s and a couple of 6-0s. So for him to only average a 5.8, I was actually shocked that he wasn't above a 6.
Yeah, because we saw, 4 cricket legs of the 10
so.
he played?
Yeah, and every one of them was 6+.
I mean, he might have gotten away with an early one type of thing, or maybe just was really cruising the 0-1 and let off. But even then, he still won 10 straight.
Levi and Jamie have let them back into this leg. Now Mike could take the lead and shut the 20 down. Just 2 darts. Mike not going to leave it. Stays there.
We're getting to his style of play we're kind of used to seeing from him. He loves that point-centric strategy. And I think BMAC kind of complimentary does love to jump around a little bit more from what we've seen out of him. So maybe just saying, hey, partner, you go jump around, do all the crazy stuff. I'll do the rudimentary, get up the points unless we're well ahead. Not a bad dynamic. That's a great shot there from Levi. Finds the 8 mark. Says Porterfield, I'm tired of you hitting those dang old 17s.
Mike only going to find 4 16s. Ryan does find a 3rd dart triple, but not enough for the lead. Something off to the right of Levi there must have distracted him.
Oh, yeah. Joe Hedrick. I blame him. Joe's probably going crazy with the jukeboxing.
Well, you seen...
Oh, he might have to reset that board. I think that's what he's trying to do.
Yeah, you guys can't see it on your feed, but 2 boards down, it looks like they're having some board trouble. You seen Levi kind of motion like he thought it was coming forward. Wonder if old Joe was about to have a board fall on top of him.
Oh, Joe, causing trouble wherever he goes. Hat trick there for Porterfield. Jamie G, though, can take it away here or try to push out a reach on the 18s.
And he doesn't. Puts in the hat trick to seal that 2nd leg. Tie us up at 1 apiece.
1 apiece it is. You can see, look at that, the LeBron James aficionado here, giving a little bit of a calisthenic stretch before getting up to the board here. A team of backwards hats starting off strong. I only have 1 forwards hat on the other team. Did they not know?
Jamie needs 6 19s for the lead. And just needs to find a triple for 4. And he does. Still trailing. We've seen Mike play a pretty point-centric game. Wouldn't be surprised if he throws at the 20 to start here. Yeah, now just needs 2 single 19s, but he's going to stay there.
I'm not taking the one. I don't agree with the shot selection there from Porterfield. I know that's his strategy, the point heavy, loves to hit the 2 trips before getting for a swing. But there, I just think that 5 mark is so much more impactful. And now you're giving Levi an opportunity to hit you right back with a 9.
I still wouldn't mind a shot at the 20 here.
With 30 points, I don't mind it either.
Like, you have to hit a triple to make any kind of impact. A triple 19 takes a marginal 27-point lead. You're going to lose that right back. Whereas if you trip the 20, you force Brian's hand to move to the 18s or 17s. Yeah, Brian going to clean it up nicely with a couple triples.
Levi was the only other player above a 5 in our pro singles bracket yesterday, by the way. At a 5.27. Shout out to Bubba, Brian Bingham at 4.99, though. I guess 3 players at a 5 before rounding up in this household. Levi went 7 for 8 in his cricket games as well. You can see Levi frustrated with that first start. $17-point difference here. How does B-Mac approach this shot? I want to see him just kind of stab right at these 18s and move along.
Yeah, I feel like it's the lower player's job to clean up messes and not create them. Like, they shouldn't be taking last dart closes at, a number where you need all 3. Because if you put a slash on it, your partner's going to walk up, hit a triple, and then they lose one of those marks. And then they should also be the ones cleaning up the numbers like there on the 18 they already had a mark on. Just go close it up. That to me is when I say I'll fill in the gaps, or you need the other player to fill in the gaps. That's what I'm talking about. A good complementary partner that can really allow a Mike Porterfield freedom to just throw for triples.
Or 3 skitty singles in this instance. That's a let off the gas there, and Levi gets a redemption shot.
Ooh, Levi trying to swing the pendulum. And he does. Big fist bump, too. Great shot there from Levi.
Yeah, I said a redemption shot. Well, that's certainly redeeming. You're not leaving B-Mac here with 9 mark is the only chance he'll have to be able to close with the point lead.
Well, it wouldn't have been the lead. It would have been the tie.
Oh, right.
Or no. No. 30 more would have put him 10 up.
I was right.
You were right.
I normally will always trust your math before I trust my own, for the record.
And to be fair, normally my math is spot on. That is my forte. But yeah, I quickly saw that one incorrectly. Jamie, shut down those 15s.
For the 1, 2, 3.
Job done, but you got Mike Porterfield coming up with a 3-dart finish. They'll need 2 double bulls to get a look.
Very least needs to put some pressure on this shot. You won't get the game shot here.
Switch to the 16. No, he stayed there trying to get the lead.
He is frustrated as he's down to 4.2. This is the most beatable Mike Porterfield we've seen play cricket so far.
Absolutely. By far his worst leg that we've seen.
No questions about this. Levi, and go ahead and say, I can show you how to hit 2 double bulls. Up to 2-1 advantage here. Oh, good stuff there and a break it throw. Porterfield going to look for some redemption. Need to just try to start off on the right note here. That's the goal here.
Solid opening. So we will have our ladies on board 48 following this one. So Levi only able to follow with 4. I like this switch from Brian. He went back to the 20, but I like the 18 switch because there, if you do slash it, you're actually giving Mike a little bit of a bonus to throw at, trip, close, and get points.
Who doesn't like a good old bonus? Jamie not electing so far. Just the 4 on the turn. So, Mike, the world is your oyster. Using the 17s. Bails out quick. It still gets to close. Does the bare minimum on the turn, but with a 105-point advantage in the 20s, you're going to be feeling all right.
Another one for the lead. Oh, he kind of walked on it. The 7 mark does draw them back within 33.
Overall, Levi's timing has been pretty solid throughout this of when he's collecting on those shots.
Ryan finding 2 triples a turn every turn so far. Jamie to put in a really big shot here. Only 3. So Mike, bit of freedom.
It's fair to say at this point we're evaluating on different standards when you're this late into the Pro-Am bracket. 3 marks can be detrimental unless you just need a 1, 2, 3 on the close. This is where you can start bossing around the leg, right? You're BMAC, you're poaching here. Even if Levi trips this last start, he tries to but doesn't go, you should be able to start walking the dog. You're like, oh, okay, yep, trip 17. All right, 16 or 15. Go from there.
Yeah, we're looking primed for a leg 5 decider.
See who goes on to play We Bout That.
We About That. Was that Don and Clayton?
Mm-hmm. Again, unfortunately, that was when we had technical difficulties. Had to step away there momentarily. They will play that Pro-Am seat after the ladies' seat, since that one is already ready.
These averages really starting to slide down as we get more into the nitty-gritty of this match. Nobody above a 5 at this point. Which, when that's the case, typically one big 9 mark can completely change the outlook of the leg. Whereas when players are firing, the 9 is what you feel like you have to do just to get a small advantage.
Yeah, we saw that in the last league, right? Levi hitting that big trip 16, trip 20, trip 17 shot there to change the dynamic and get that 2-1 jump. It's not showing. Levi's had moments where he's missed on that last start and whatnot, but has not shown that same level in this go. Does get to that 5-0 threshold. Now this is an opening for Jamie. The small one. Try to get a little bit of ground back, maybe get a pot shot at the 20. But it's the kind of shot that could potentially get your team fired up.
Yeah, you can't do it all in one shot, but you can certainly put yourself in a better position. Marginal point lead.
Porterfield here, I want to see a little bit more discipline in the sense that after he gets at least a single, to grab the 215s. This time he does show that discipline. Little job done on the turn. Levi can make this a 4-3 on the bulls if he so chooses.
Yeah, you could even make it a 2-3 to their advantage.
True.
3-3. Does he look up? He does. Now the 16. Oh, this is a good look. Right idea.
If you hit it, you're the hero that gives yourself a chance. EMAC, though.
Well, and you apply the pressure to Brian. He's going to go all 16s here. Only scoring 48. That's a win, truly. I would rather him do that than him hit one bull.
Yeah, well, and game shot on now. Double, 4, trip 16.
Or even 2 bulls. I'd rather him do that than hit 2 bulls, too. I think you got to look at that 16 if you're Jamie.
Yeah, leave it 4-3.
It's a great last dart, but I fear you're leaving that safety net for Mike, who struggled in this leg. If he misses his first dart, he didn't, but had he, I have a feeling he was loading up the 16s. But instead, he's going to hit a hat trick and polish the leg off, and we're going to play a decider.
We're going the distance to see who gets to that seat match here. Going to come up to a pretty impactful diddle. Again, another leg below a 5 for Porterfield.
Doubles is a harder rhythm. I think 99% of people, if their averages are calculated based on the number of people in the match, will be a sliding scale downward. Singles obviously going to be the highest, then doubles takes off a little bit, triples, and it's just less of a rhythm. You don't throw as often. But yeah, I think Mike will average higher than 4.17 in most doubles legs.
Well, and again, a leg where he wins with a 4.17, he's going to be more than happy about. The Porterfield to set the pace in leg number 5 here.
Only a 4 mark open.
Showing a little bit of frustrations. Knowing that Mark Bond's going to have to tag him saying to get his dart game back up.
Look up. No, stayed there. Put in another triple.
I don't mind it, but I really do think I prefer that last dart to 20 there more times than not when it's 20 points versus 19 points in a situation like this. Did not hurt at all. Gives a clean shot to Jamie G for the 1-2-3 cleanup.
Jamie's struggled a little bit so far in this match. If he can put in a big shot, you may see the shifting of the tide here. But only a 1 mark. Mike really struggling now. Does manage to find a triple with the 3rd.
If there's anything he has going for him is that the jersey once again matches the shoes, especially on the back of the jersey, I should say. If you look good, more likely going to play good. That's just how it works.
Because you feel good.
That's right.
So look good, feel good, do good.
I'm trying to get some redemption.
See, I don't like that last at all. He might have been blocked, but again, I like to switch to the 18 more than down to the 19.
Well, and for no other reason than, again, you're leaving Jamie G a 3 mark here shot, single 19 for 220s.
Jamie's got to get rid of that 20. Good second dart. Oh, but he throws the last away.
Porterfield kind of waving this one off. It's too early to wave it off, but the frustration's definitely apparent here. We haven't seen a struggle like this in his other matches we saw yesterday. Today, it is rearing its ugly head.
Oh, but Levi not punishing on the first two. If he catches a triple, all is forgiven here. But he's only going to hit 2 marks. A wide open door now for Brian.
BMAC has to capitalize on this opportunity. That's a lot to say about that first dart.
Big shot. Takes the lead and shuts down the 19. And we haven't seen enough from Jamie to believe that he's going to take the lead here.
I think that first start was well off the margins. Slipping out of his hand, does collect to the trip.
Close the 18.
Yeah.
Give Levi a chance.
Now Porterfield's just going to go up here and defend his 18s with the X on him.
Yeah,
he gets to get comfortable now.
The first 2 darts are at the 18. No matter what.
Wow.
Okay, he did switch down. And back to the 18. I forgot he likes that point, close point.
He also loves those 17s in particular. He was opting for him over the 18s. And Levi trying to find redemption here in the corner pocket, but with just 5, the momentum is now shifted back to LeBron Who, which frankly looked like they were kind of starting to crumble there.
BMAC smartly not playing around with that 16. Increasing his lead. Jamie just struggling. I think Levi just told him to close the 18. Oh, and he misses that too. Only a 1.75 here for Jamie.
Who threw well above that margin.
Oh,
in,
yeah.
His amateur final that we saw.
And came through the loser's bracket to make it to the final. So was playing pretty well consistently through that loser side. Now, even a 9 doesn't get the point lead.
Levi kind of knows the situation here. BMAC just going to go for a collect with the 15s already in the back pocket here. 16s are up for grabs. Gets it into, can go right to the bull. He can add a bull by hitting an 18 there. Just to stomp out any doubts there.
Yeah, you got to feel for Jamie here. Just wasn't able to keep it going. Ultimately, it is going to cost his team. But they are in the winner side right now, so they will just be relegated to the loser side and not be out of this.
Yeah, they go to that 5th, 6th base position there. Where there's currently a couple teams currently in that 9th through 12th range, still battling it out.
And again, following this match, we will bring you the women's queen seat match. Looks like we don't have all the players there yet, so it might be a short intermission while they get to their board, but not long.
Here we go. BMAC, the cross finish line needs 1 bull. There it goes. You can see them giving some handshakes there. You can see Jamie showing the frustrations. He knows they kind of stepped off there. What was otherwise a contested matchup, but now coming up next will be that queen seat match. You can see they're all players are slowly making to the board there. So we'll kick back with commentary as soon as they're ready to go. I'm Nick Schroeder, joined by DJ Sayer here.
All right, we're back. We've got the ladies queen seat. We've got Beast Mode taking on Can-Am. We've seen both of these teams on our feed so far. Honestly, I based on what we've seen on the feed, I don't think we can favor one over the other. I would say prior to seeing any darts thrown, as we did, we favor Trish and Kalika, but Selena and Jen have certainly showed up in moments. Oh, Jen, unlucky there. Really, 3 good darts, only 1 finding the bull.
Kalika's still off the margins here. Struggling to find the bull. Last start was a little bit more of a deflection, but the first two were not particularly convincing. This is the two teams I would expect to be in this queen seat based off the matches we have seen, though.
Completely agree. Selena really struggling. 0 for 6. Her and Kalika both tied at 245 after 6 darts. But Jen's going first. She's left 116. Trish going to look to pressure. Oh, she leaves a finish, but it's a toughie. 3 triple turn. Jen's got 116. Starts with a bull. Now 16 for the bull. Maybe aim high on the triple. Or high on the single to possibly catch the triple, because then that leaves you a fat 18. But she puts in a big fat 16. Oh, and narrowly misses the bull.
It was a great attempt at it, a valiant effort. It doesn't convert. And Kalika at a 9.33 needs to start turning the tides. 1 bull here to leave yourself a finish. Does it do so? Selena now needs to find this low ton.
Selena with a couple of triples can actually freeze. Or a couple of bulls, I mean. That's a good enough miss. Another bull and she's froze. Yes, she does. So for those that are just joining in, don't know what the freeze roll is. So you are not able to finish a game if your partner's score is more than your 2 opponents combined. So with Kalika sitting on 180, Jen and Selena at a total of 177, they are less than Kalika's 180, so Trish is frozen.
Just not doing too many favors for herself just in case.
Jen now needs 45. 315s.
Get a 1-0 advantage here.
Ooh, messes it up. Makes this a lot more difficult. 7 for double 18. Interesting route. She's going to land outside. So you give Kalika the opportunity to potentially unfreeze. Probably going to need 2 bulls to accomplish that, though. She was going for the 180 finish. Rightfully so.
Yeah, rightfully so. But again, that first throw was sounding away well from where you would expect her to be. The freeze should be back on, too. I would argue, say, just because of where Kalika's game is at right now, that I would have probably preferred just straight at the bulls to have a higher chance for letting Trish get a shot. But wait a second.
Unfroze.
Still gets that shot.
So Trish does get a look at 93. Trish going to pull out the handy-dandy tool. Grab that tip that somebody left in the 1.
I believe that was Kalika. Her dart tip snapped off in there.
Trish with the Swiss Army knife in the old back pocket.
You know Trish is always ready. You got that thing on her.
E4 now. Bull for double 17. Should still go bull. Leave 16. Yeah, smart dart.
Says one bull.
But Jen only needs 36. Started strong in this leg, but has kind of wavered here towards the end. And she trips the 18, going for the double.
Now all of a sudden, it's on.
Trish letting Kalika know to go bull. I mean, you have to get to 19 to freeze. So, yes, if you go triple 20 and then you go aggressive at the double 18. Now, again, you go back at the triple 20. That's a mistake.
Yeah, there's a mistake right there. Selena now gets an opportunity for 91.
Yep. Yeah, with Jen sitting on 36, Kalika with a triple 20 there on the last dart could have froze.
Shot got harder, though. Now
Not
impossible.
going to be able to take it out now. Bull or leave 5.
Yeah, just bring it down.
Yep. But Trish does get to look at 16. Ooh. She didn't like it, but it was good enough.
And honestly, if I'm Jen, I'm feeling a little frustrated there, knowing I had the opportunities at the 18 and they just didn't go.
Yeah, Jen had that leg wrapped up. Just wavered on the finish. Oh, so unlucky. 3 one-hole out triples into the neighbors. Kalika only going to follow with 2. So a reprieve for Selena. She's going to take advantage. Finding 7 of them. Huge shot there from Selena.
Yeah, great recovery. Great way to support your partner as well. Does look like that amateur bracket seat match is underway. The Elk Darters going up against Twin Dads. Bracket seems to be cruising on pretty kindly there, considering it's nice and full.
Yeah, lots of full brackets out here in PA. Turning people away and whatnot. What's mixed trips at?
128 teams, max bracket at 384 players. A lot of people.
It is. Did they do one game in the losers? They didn't.
No, not this whole tour. They have not. Only the mixed doubles has kept that.
Which, with it being the last event on Sunday, I think that's a necessary evil to make sure that we're not here late on Sunday.
True, but an evil nonetheless. No one likes one and done, or one in the loser.
Don't lose.
That's true.
Don't go into the loser
Do you
side.
understand? My experience with the BullShooter mixed doubles still is from Florida. Okay, I don't get many says.
Get a better woman.
Hey, my women have always tried their hardest.
I would hope that whoever you play with tries their hardest.
This is definitely an interesting shape up of how this one's going. I curious to see when Kalika takes a look at the 18 here. If 17 sailing over to the 15. Looking a little bit uncomfortable. And right now Trish also feeling a little uncomfortable at 1.5, both below their expected range.
Yeah, Selena, the only one really finding any kind of rhythm here. Solid 4 mark. Patty now relegated to the 16s, 15s, or bulls. Let's snatch a triple with the third. Oh, and a huge shot there from Jen. Looks like we're going to be playing all three.
Yeah, the Bulls here just practice for the diddle in the next game. Low ton hat trick there. Sorry, guys. 4th weekend in a row on the road. Definitely starting to show signs.
You'd think you'd get better with practice.
I can assure you I don't. Like if you're insane if you keep doing the same thing over and over again, that's me with darts commentary.
Yeah, Gordon argued with me about that saying forever. He's like, who says? And I was like, Einstein. It's literally a quote. And he's like, he never said that. How do you know he said that? Prove that he said that. And I'm like, I can't prove that he said that. Like, I don't have a time machine to go back and record this man.
Well, I saw it on a Scholastic Book Fair poster with his tongue out.
Yeah, and that's a reputable source. Scholastic.
Yeah, it has school in the name as we're 1-1 here. And we get to a last like decider in this queen seat matchup. He hits the hat trick at the end of the cricket leg there, but fails to find the bull, giving Jen an opportunity, and she knows it. You can see the extra breath there and takes it. Well,
she walks away. What was that? You won the court. Go pull the darts and set the board up. Good job.
I don't know if she maybe thought she missed it, was frustrated.
It almost looked like she didn't like that dart when it came out of her hand. And then as she's kind of walking away, she realizes she won the court.
Oh, in either case, let's see how she starts it off here. Little slap on the back.
Yeah, she opened the first game of 0-1 with 2 bulls. I think she'll take that in this spot. Oh, but gonna have to settle for 1. 501 stack, so the freeze rolls out of the question. We don't have to worry about getting froze. That's always a plus. Oh, Kalika gonna step up. She hit a hat trick on her last turn in cricket. Finds 116 here. Solid follow from Selena.
And it's still any girl's game here. Krasick definitely having some struggles with the bull, which her 0-1 was pretty excellent yesterday and the start of today from what we've seen. Formats where 2 out of the 3 games are 0-1. Pretty important.
Cricket also includes bulls. So be good at bulls.
Just be good. How about just do that.
Sometimes you can't have it all.
Ain't that the truth?
Just focus on one thing and then get gradually better. Focus on the bulls.
One bull on the clock there was looking to try to hit the hat trick for 160.
Still a tightly contested leg here. Can Selena set up a solid out for Jen, who we saw struggle with outs in the first leg? Oh, is she going to leave the 54? Yes, she does. Great shot. 5 out of 6 for Selena in the decider.
Yeah, great darts from Selena. And
I feel like Trish has to follow just to pressure.
oh, absolutely. Does leave a finish, but doesn't get the hat.
Yeah, 129, not really anyone's favorite out.
As long as you hit a bull in the first dart, you should get at least one dart in an open format, but only if 54 doesn't go.
And that's a good miss on 54. Oh, that is not a good miss on the bull. No finish for 44 with one dart in hand. So she'll hit the 4 and leave 40.
Now it's bull to the 19s to the 20s.
I like starting on the 19th for the triple.
Don't mind that either.
Then if you hit the single, you still get the shot at the one. Triple 20 for the Hucklebuck. Oh my goodness. Kalika steals it.
Wow.
Nobody likes 129.
Nobody likes 129, but also, okay, two different things there. You have to feel for Jen. Both 01 games were in her hands and got away from her.
Absolutely.
Secondly, after dart 1, that's when Trish walked up to Kalika.
Yeah, you can tell Kalika's not confident with the math portion. Trish helping her out on a couple different shots there.
But it was so fast, I was like, oh no, this is going to break her rhythm, because it looked like there was no hesitation. Insane moments towards the end of that leg, as there was a lot on the line there, but looks like we're just now getting those guys over for that Pro-Am seat match. We about that taking on LeBron who? So we'll just go ahead and get that over here in just a moment. Waiting on, looks like B-Mac and Porterfield. Be back in just a moment. Welcome back, everybody, to the seat matchup here in the Pro-Am bracket in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. My name is Nick Scher, joined by DJ Sayer in the booth for what should be another good one.
Yeah, we've got a couple of teams that we would have expected to see this late in the tournament here. Although not the best performance from Mike and BMAC in their last match. They did get the job done. And we know that Don and Clayton have been making short work of a lot of teams that we saw play well.
Now, I do have a big announcement here for everybody. We actually added more money and opened up that mixed triples past the 128 here. And added $3,000 divvied up amongst the top 3 finishing teams there, first, second, and third. What was the payout ratio on that one? It was.
So they're doing an extra $1,800, so $600 per player to first place. They're doing an extra $300 per player, so a total of $900 for second, and then they're doing an extra $100, total of $300 for third. So first, second, third in the mixed trip's going to get a pretty good bump in their payout there. $3K added to the event. So yeah, if you're in the area and you don't have a trips team, grab one and come on down.
Do it. It's going to be fun. There's going to be darts. There will be no commentary bonus coverage of it on twitch.tv/arachnid360. We try to record and get those finals in and around when we can. On Stewart the Ghost did have the most warm-up darts, although for some reason the camera just wasn't showing him very well.
Solid 7 there from Don to pull into the lead.
Back just with the 1-2-3 on the 18s. Clay Carr has an opportunity now, though. Try to flip the script. Trip 16 for 2 18s is the target shot here. We'll see how it actually transpires.
Clayton struggling here.
And frankly, I mean, I would say all these players are struggling to some degree in this one. Porterfield does do enough to bring it back up. Don, the only one not struggling too much at a 4.67. We'll have to go ahead and move over to those 15s. And just a 2 mark for BMAC. Clay needs to find a bit collect here, get the confidence going. Class from Porterfield.
Ryan only needs one bull. He does manage to find it with the third dart.
Yeah, again, LeBron, who? One leg on the board here. On Stewart to go ahead and try to right the ship. The Ghost, he goes by. He said after he came out a long sabbatical away from darts, someone said, "Oh, I didn't know I was going to be playing a Ghost." Been rocking the name ever since. Absolute punish there for Mike Porterfield on the flat line open from Don Stewart.
Mike's not scared of ghosts.
No, not at all. I think he's scared of losing his shoe collection more than anything else. Followed closely by not being able to pair up his shoes to his dart jersey. Not to be bleak, but we have to acknowledge it's again 2 backwards hats versus 1 forwards hat.
Oh my god, we don't have to acknowledge that.
I did.
Good shot there from Mike. Another 9 mark. Averaging a 9-0 and your partner's averaging a 7-0. It's pretty tough to beat.
Yeah, no complaints there. Yeah, first leg was contested. This one, not so much. This time, instead of Clayton struggling, which, I mean, 3.5 is a little bit below where he wants to be, but 1.5 from Don Stewart being the struggle bus here.
There it is, leg number 2. So a 2-0 lead for Brian and Mike.
And Don Stewart does the opposite of the last opening, finds a 9 to get things going here. Good stuff from Don. Porterfield able to respond with a 7. Gives an aggressive chew of the gum for that one.
Leighton helping out as well. Now it's on BMAC. Does enough to take the lead, but it's small. Oh.
Yeah, I was looking for at least a single on that last start there, especially with the bonus 16s.
Yeah, good last. But he would have rather had the 19s closed. Mike gonna follow with a 9. 3 in the bed on the 19s. Clayton gonna need a couple triples.
They're just 2 singles instead. Just a reminder, folks, it's about an hour before signups close for that mixed triples event. It did reopen up to a full 256 field. Already 132 teams in there. $3,000 added to that bracket for the top 3 finishers on top of the normal already posted payouts. A lot of $3,000. I mean, it makes that accomplishing winning that field worth it, because I will say, when you have to fight over 100 teams, I want to be having a good paycheck at the end of it.
Yeah, and that's ultimately like winning the triples at $850 per person. Now you've paid for the weekend and some.
Oh yeah.
Unless you flew in and you paid a lot for a flight, whatnot, but there's not too many of those. David asking if they got more than Houston teams and trips. I believe Houston was capped out, right?
It was just shy. I think we had 106 or 103 teams. So
yes.
We're just shy of capping out. This time we actually capped out and decided to open it up to even more teams and added in more guaranteed money. So we took the advice from last Houston stop there and said, all right, how can we make that better going forward?
Yeah. I mean, if you're not evolving, then you're not progressing, right? So the tournament staff, new tournament director, LJ, got with the powers that be and figured out that you need to give back to the players. So I think it's a win-win. More people get to play, which is what they come here to do, and people get more money.
Yeah, love to see it there, and definitely looking forward to seeing how they continue to adjust those changes in the future. You see Mike Porterfield, Brian McConnell do get that win there. Mike Porterfield back into his normal stuff at a 6.75 in that last leg, by the way. But yeah, looking forward to seeing the changes, and how we're rolling out the stuff going forward and what we can really do to improve the process. Because frankly, you just want to continue to get bigger and better than ever. And if that hasn't been prevalent, if you guys haven't been watching for the last 12 months, since it was about a year ago today almost, that the TouchTunes acquisition was announced, changes have been coming.
Yeah, I think they're already being reflected positively. The regional tours going from $12,000 to 16,000. Just the better formats, the consistent formats, I think is one of the keys. So yeah, I think it's progress. It's all moving towards the right direction, but it's also a process. So it's not going to happen overnight, and these guys continue to make positive changes. I'm all for it.
Well, coming up next on our stream board here should be What Board Are We On? Versus either Thrown Together or Misguided Children, as currently all matches available in the Pro-Am and the women's bracket, both 5th, 6s, that is, are already in progress. So we'll be getting the next match available on our stream board here, and then we'll conclude our coverage after those two brackets finish with our amateur doubles. So be back in just a moment's time, everybody. I'm Nick Shearer, joined by DJ Sayer. We'll be back in just a moment. Here we go. We got a 5th, 6th place matchup here in our Pro-Am doubles. This is going to be the Misguided Children going up against, what board are we on? I'm Nick Teixeira, joined by DJ Sayer, and I do appreciate your patience during that extended break there as we're getting towards the end of our Saturday coverage here.
So we've seen Levi and Jamie. We have yet to see Godek and Dulac today. We saw Godek yesterday. Jamie really struggled the last time we saw them in the winner's side against Porterfield and BMAC. Only kicking off with a 1 mark here. But we know that he was the runner-up in amateur singles, so certainly has capability.
Yeah, that's a fair analysis there. It's just one of those things where you can have a good day and it could feel like your weekend, and all of a sudden the next day the darts are evading you. That being said, still pretty deep into this bracket, so I wouldn't be too worried about the position, but I would start to think, okay, I struggled a lot in the last time I played. We've been sitting here. Now it's time to play our match. And you don't want to overexert yourself, overamp yourself up. And you can kind of see him giving a little calm down pantomime back there to him and his partner talking about it. We have our women's 4th place match just now starting. Danny and Joe going up against High 4. That's going to be the filthy assassin duo of Danny and Joe, if I'm not mistaken. So far, though, what board are we on is looking just fine. A combined 9.5, good target line to find yourself at. So interesting how Kevin there kind of turns his arm at the very end, right when he goes by his face.
Yeah, definitely a lot of elbow movement from Kevin.
Let's just grab the 15s immediately for Jamie. Now onto the Bulls.
Looking up. He does look up, but comes away empty with the last 2. Job done, though, getting those 15s out of there, taking a lead into the Bulls with a 2-number advantage. Kevin really needs 4 Bulls here just to kind of pressure Levi.
Yeah, drill 4. There's an argument for take a swing at the closes there, but you're still hoping for an error either way from Levi. It just depends on what kind of error you were hoping for when you're doing that shot selection there. Levi, though, can just go right at this bull. Might want to be quick to parachute if it doesn't collect, though.
Well, and one single score takes away any kind of threat of 3-dart finish from Jason.
Oh, but doesn't hit the big single. Now all of a sudden, Godek, if he hits a double on this first dart, can hit a big 8 mark to steal a leg.
Starts with a double ball.
No matter what, you have to get the right first dart. Just a single there. Have to stay. With the 1 bull already marked up, there's no reason to move off it there. Again, you're hoping for an error from Jamie. And Jamie is probably getting told by Levi, just load up a bunch of points in there. Don't even consider the switch, even if you hit 2 trips.
Yeah. If you hit a triple 20, hit it again. If you hit 2 of them, then maybe you should still hit it again.
That's a bare minimum.
So an easier shot here for Kevin. He only needs 1 bull to get the shot at the 2 triples.
Find the middle. Gives you all the options. Oh, he sinks it low. He's, of course, correct to set up his partner with an opportunity. You can't give up on the shot here just in case. No, it doesn't happen. So now Levi can take 3 clear for 2 bulls, and you expect him to take this for a 1-0 advantage in this 5th-6th position match.
First starts the double. And this is race to 2 now that we're on the loser side. Well, must-win leg now for the misguided children.
Let's see what the misguided children can do. Oh, and going left and right. Big fix on the last. Enough to not make it detrimental, but doesn't make it feel any better either. They're, again, I understand trying to nullify the X for the other team. You also didn't really help build up your 20s anymore. And since you failed to close the 19s, Jamie can get a little crazy with the shot if he wants. But then again, the man has been up and down. Here's my theory, though, DJ, is the fact that if Jamie struggled today, not yesterday, he's just having his Sunday darts on Saturday, and he's saving his Saturday darts for Sunday.
Okay. I think Levi would hope that he gets his Saturday darts for Saturday.
Oh, we didn't ask you, Levi. Stop butting in. Just kidding. But
the highest on the board right now is the 2.0. So everybody having some struggles.
Yeah, this is not the ideal leg for any of these teams trying to make the run back. The hard part, too, is also when you're having the struggles like this is to not let it get to you as much as it is. Like Levi is not missing by much. All 3 of those darts were 1 hole away from being a completely different mark, right? Potentially being a 3 in the bed. You have to just try to maintain your focus. The hardest habit to break is shaking your head in disappointment at your darts in the middle of your throw. One of the hardest habits.
Kevin with a nice triple there, finding his way through the first 2. Jamie just looking at the board, disgusted at his 1-0. He does bring it up some. Kodak gonna put in a pile of 20s.
The half is for later. Levi needs to make a stand here, and again, the frustrations get into him a little bit. I don't know if it's just the warm-ups of that third-place women's match distracting him there a little bit. Oh, our camera's finally starting to get some kicks in here. Not guilty by Don Stewart right there, who I thought would be the likely culprit.
Looks like our loser takes third place match on the women's side. Just got called to 48. You got Danny and Joe who just came through high 4, taking on beast mode.
And that was a quick 2-0, by the way. That match was called and started. Both leg one started almost at the exact same time. They were wasting no time, and those ladies are already back up and getting ready to go. Of course, we will go straight to that third place match after this one concludes. And no matter what, we'll get full coverage of both finals. They need to push along the board here. Misguided children starting to find their way. 7.25 combined. That was the first one, though. Just the 4 after the first start trip. Is it more frustrating to hit a first start trip and then not collect much after? Or to not collect much and then hit a third dart trip?
No. It's all on the third dart. Whatever the third dart does is your reaction. It honestly sounds silly, but I think in terms of like an attitude towards a shot, I think players are happier when they go single, single, triple than when they go triple, triple, miss.
Which is so interesting, too, because if you're talking about what's optimal, technically first start trips give you the most options, right? But you're absolutely right.
Well, and 6 versus 5. Like, I think if you ask them, would you rather have a 6 mark or a 5 mark here, they're obviously going to say a 6 mark. But in terms of just how they react to the shot, a single, single, triple, you feel like you saved the shot. A triple, triple, miss, you feel like you had a chance to really punish and you missed the opportunity. As you see Godek not miss the opportunity here. Ties us up at 1 apiece. Looks like Levi's going to show.
And looking right at the middle here. Sails it away and almost threw his other dart to the other side of the hall there in frustration. And Godek's smiling, but in the inside he's thinking, just let me punish that.
Yeah, very winnable cork here, as he does. So he and Kevin will have the start in leg 3. I think they had the start in all 3, didn't they? No, I think he lost the first cork.
Yeah. I was going to say, I don't think in the first leg that was the case. I've taken advantage of the rest.
David, by the way, we saw your comment while we were on a little bit of a break there regarding the 13-inch board. To answer your question of why it's not used in the pro events anymore, I think the easiest answer is that not a whole lot of people liked it. The players didn't necessarily enjoy playing on it as much. The tournaments ran longer, so the timing aspect of it was a bit harder. As well as I don't think the people enjoyed watching it as much. A lot more 3 marks compared to 5s and 7s.
Yeah, exactly there. And Paramount on top of that is just matching our invitational shootout. It's played on the 15-inch board. If that's what the pros are qualifying for, makes more sense for them to have matching format. It made more sense to switch the regionals to 15-inch than it did the switching invitational to 13.
Yeah, I think ultimately the watchability. If you're trying to align, you could always switch the ESPN Invitational, but I think then it's going to be a lot harder of a watch for the ESPN audience. We like the exciting. We like when players throw perfect. I think the most exciting leg we had all of yesterday was Mike Porterfield's 9 mark hat trick. that wouldn't have been done on a 13-inch board.
If it wasn't a 13-inch board, it'd be earth-shattering.
Yeah.
Like it's like seeing a performance like that. It to almost compare. It almost feels more like seeing that on a training steel board than it does an actual steel board, which is kind of supposed to be.
It's
The
slightly
equivalent.
bigger than the trainer board.
But smaller
Than the steel tip
than the
board.
steel board. Yeah.
Yep. It's like the in between.
Good correction on the second dart there from Kevin. Decides to stay with only one dart in hand. Don't mind the stay. 32-point difference, though.
Jamie needs to get something put together here. Too many poor shots from him. I think, honestly, just one big 7 mark would allow Levi to breathe.
Well, yes, I do agree with that. But it's also fair to say Levi is not really showing his second highest on the day average that we saw from him yesterday.
I think he has at moments. But, yes, he's definitely not been above a 5 today like he was yesterday. But I think a lot of that is it starts to wear on you as much as you don't want it to, and you try to not let it. To know that you can't miss because your partner is missing is a really tough spot. Like it's nice when you know you have a partner that can pick you up. And right now, I don't think Levi can trust that Jamie would do that, and that makes it rough.
Looks like Danny and Joe currently 1-0 against Beast Mode in that women's third place match.
Solid enough for a lead there from Kevin. Jamie did have 5 mark last turn. Looking to build on that.
Would have loved to build on that. 15 minutes left of registration for that mixed triples. $3,000 added. A lot of money for those top 3 finishing positions there. It is definitely worth the run at it today. Currently 132 teams in there. If you want to watch that mixed triples, it'll be live. Twitch.tv/Arachnid360. For no commentary bonus coverage there. It's just on autopilot, just so that way we can get a glimpse of it recorded and then hopefully take some of those matches later and add commentary to them. It turns out, if you talk for more than 8 hours a day, it really starts to not make sense. Shot the 20 even though it was close and realized it after that last start.
It's not the first time this weekend we've seen Jamie do that either. He did that yesterday as well. Threw at I think the 18 when it was closed. I think it was yesterday. It might have been this morning.
Yeah, you're right.
But yeah, gotta pay attention a little better, especially in the decider. He gets let off here as Jason only hits 2 marks.
Yeah, this is to get into that 4th place match here against nobody's business.
Whose business?
Nobody's. Stop asking about it.
Barely catches a triple, but it's in.
He timed it well for when the board was sinking low.
The moving targets, they're hard to hit.
Stuck, still fishing. See, there again, on the second dart, he shook his head no, but then continued throwing the same rhythm. You're breaking your concentration, even if it's subconscious and not deliberate. You are doing that to yourself, and if you feel the need to shake your head and walk it off, take a step off the line and reset your pace. Of course, I say that the next time you guys see me play on a stream, I guarantee you I'm probably going to do it. That's because most people don't realize how much they are doing it. Or you'll see it too, with, especially with soft tip centric players. The amount of times they'll throw a dart, immediately look at the screen, and then go move their eyes back up. Versus the other players who already have their routes typically predetermined before at the line and not looking for confirmation, because there wouldn't be much, if any, depending on where you're playing and what you're playing.
Only 16s and bulls left here for the misguided children. Needs another to just pull close. Doesn't feel like enough. I think Jamie and Levi are going to talk whether he, after he closes it, what the plan is. Think you're in a good enough spot to go right at the bull after this? Because if you hit one, you're really helping Levi out. Looks like Jamie's going to try to push the bull. A single does do it. Triple definitely does it. I like giving my partner in that spot one bull to work with, because like Levi's an amazing player. He throws a ton of hat tricks, but he'll throw a low ton probably at least 90% of the time. Like,
I think that's a fair analysis there. Nothing I really disagree with on that. This is to move on to the fourth place match.
but Levi gonna get her done. So they do move into that fourth place match. Commiserations to the misguided children. They finish in fifth place, sixth.
Yeah, that's going to be a 5th, 6th finish for the misguided children. So did make the money, but did not get the honey.
And we're in the decider here. All knotted up at 1 apiece in the third place match of the ladies doubles. Ladies. Joe. Is that JoJo Pinkerton? It is. Haven't seen her in a while. Super solid player from West Virginia.
And I saw Joe for the first time. Would have been the Filthy Assassin Throwdown back in October. And then got to see her last weekend as well. And saw her walking around. I don't know if she made the stream. I don't recall.
Huh. Honestly, I didn't recognize her at first. She's also a lot of weight. That would explain why I completely missed her last weekend.
Good last start there for Selena.
Daniela, is this the better half? Do you know of Mr. Bigham? I think it is. I shouldn't even wager to say that without knowing.
Oh, but hits a hat trick, and that's a little celebration with it.
No, he's married. I think they're just partners. I think they've played a good bit together.
Sugar Shane Johnson, it was a pleasure seeing you last weekend, sir. She was on the stream last week during mixed doubles. We don't stream the mixed doubles, so you might be pulling my chain there, Andy.
JoJo setting it up.
Back-to-back hats. Well, this is how you play a last league decider. Mean, tough, and no remorse.
Yeah, Selena and Jen played really well to get to the queen seat. And I don't know how the first 2 legs went, but obviously they won one. But looks like Danny and Joe going beast mode on them.
You keep sneaking these up on me.
You just don't pay attention.
That's true.
Oh, still easing out. You see her kind of head nod. Like, all right, I can do that. Solid miss.
Calculated miss.
Oh, that is not. 43, ugly. We do not like 43.
Andy's saying her partner streamed it. There you go. Would love to get to a point where we can figure out logistics to do some form of coverage of our mixed doubles, though, in the future. And something I've been trying to brainstorm.
Jen trying to apply some pressure here. Let's find 2 bulls. JoJo needs 43.
Has to be careful. Needs to check it here just in case.
What's your first start on 43?
Nothing smart, probably. Maybe the honestly, in open, I wouldn't even hate going for like a 14-11 wire range.
Triple?
Yeah, triple
Yeah.
wire.
Yep. I completely concur. Can't throw outside on that double. But she drills it.
She knew she was going inside the last. Makes the finals, and you can see they're loving it. And then all of a sudden, oh, yeah, sorry, my bad. And then Celine giving them some love. Jen, definitely going to feel a little frustrated. Not in this leg, but just earlier. They had such a good look to get to that final, and they're going to fall shy here. As now we are set here. Can-Am and Danny and Joe will be taking the stream board here, board 48 that is, to get things going for our continued coverage here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And then, of course, we had that 4th place match for the pros. Just because the ladies are going to be playing a final, we put them one board over at board 50. So we're actually going to leave it just over there on our overhead cam, kind of put a little spy. And as soon as this final starts, we'll get going with it. I'm Nick Teixeira, joined by DJ Sayer. I'll be back in just a moment's time. It's time for our finals here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania for the 39th annual BullShooter World Tour. My name's Nick Share, joined by DJ Sayer, and what should be an enticing matchup of Can-Am versus Danny and Joe.
Yeah, we are queen seat holders, Kalika and Trish. Daniela and JoJo been on a tear, though, coming through the loser's side.
Yeah, they definitely have momentum on their side, right? If you're Can-Am, you had a little bit of a sit, and you're trying to get into the mix here after having a little bit of that relax. Also, on top of that, again, didn't really show a super dominant performance and survived some sketchy darts from beast mode there to get to this position.
Just to update on our Pro-Am side, we do have the 4th place match underway, kind of next to this one. Looks like Nobody's Business is up 1-0 over there.
Yeah, it's about to be 2-0, it looks like, in that one, it seems.
Which would be a win. And the losers, 2 out of 3, like it is here in the ladies.
Ladies! Good stuff there. Kalika trying to get to a finish.
Ken Armstrong saying Kalika found it today. I would agree. Compared to yesterday, and this says so much because she got second in the ladies singles to her partner nonetheless. But yeah, I would agree. Kalika much better today than we saw yesterday.
And it's funny because this is almost parody to, or parity, excuse me, to last weekend where it was Olivia Terry, Kat Middleton, and it was either going first or second to each other and winning their events, and then they were playing together, right? It's kind of what we're going to be potentially seeing here for Trish and Kalika, although, let me tell you, they really want to win that mixed trips tonight.
Which, candidly, is natural. Like, as a player, you want to play with somebody who's going to give you the best opportunity to win. So naturally, 2 of the best players are going to team up.
Oh, agreed.
Now, if they're not familiar with each other and, it's not a good dynamic, that's different. But we've seen Leonard and Maloney play together.
Yeah, that is fair.
It's what happens. I think it happens in professional sports all the time.
I will say darts is definitely, there's some formats that don't work well with dream teams and whatnot, but in darts, dream teams typically do well.
Another big out from Kalika. 113.
Putting their team on match point here in this final. We do have locked in here, looks like 142 teams, so an extra 42 people joining because they expanded that bracket out to get into the mix.
Yeah, 14 more than the cap.
426 people. That's a lot of people. I don't think I could name 426 people if I sat down and tried. Give me like an hour? No way. Oh, and Kalika looking to punish early on here has definitely figured it out.
Yeah, it just looks a lot more comfortable today.
And it was bound to click at some point. Again, we were singing high praises for a reason, right?
JoJo played amazing in that last leg that we saw on the 3rd place match. Putting in a hat trick and taking it out. The big double 15 on the 3rd dart.
Here we go. Danielle needs to try to course correct early here. Oh, got away on the last. She says, son of a gun. It's just completely back. Everything's clicking back in that dart stroke.
It's hard to tell from this side, this angle, because we more had them on the other board on yesterday. But yesterday I noticed, and I've not dissected her stroke from past times, but it almost felt like she rolled the dart right before she threw it yesterday, and today I don't see that.
It definitely could be the case. And Danny and Joe's momentum seems to have been taken away from them. Trish just knows she's on partner duty. Your partner's on to 6.5, you're just going to ride the wave.
Yeah, just don't blow it. That's honestly all you have to do. Don't blink. Nobody's business did get through that fourth place match. They are going to be taking on We About That. Lots of Pittsburgh representation here.
Just 315s and 3 bowls away for Can-Am. The team that it was hard to debate wouldn't be the favorites, proving that they absolutely are. I will say, though, again, if Danny and Joe were in that same momentum that they had in the last game here, going into this one, they brought that energy with them. Who knows?
I think, honestly, the out by Kalika to take leg number 1 is kind of what propelled them into this cricket leg. I think if Daniela and JoJo would have won leg 1, we could be seeing a completely different match here. So only bullseyes left now for Daniela. She does slash up a couple of marks.
Just in case, but expect Kalika to get across the finish line or right near it. Well, I would qualify that as near hits, as those darts are all over that top wire. No chance on that last dart going in.
Oh, JoJo throws her hands up. Yeah, what do you do? It's just a poor leg.
It happens. And still made it all the way to the final, and it was an impressive fight back from him.
Yeah, absolutely. As Trish does polish it off with a big double bull finish. So congratulations to Comerica, Kalika, and Trish. Your runners-up, Daniela and JoJo.
Yeah, love every bit of that. Good run on them. Happy to see them get that title. Can-Am gets it done. On the other side here, we have that Pro-Am third place match coming up in just a moment. On the amateur side of the affair, though, they are currently playing that 5th, 6th match, and then they already have a 4th place, 3rd place, and final ready. So by the time we get 3rd place and final done in this Pro-Am, should be about time for that amateur final as well. We're just waiting on them to get on over to the board, so instead we'll go ahead and take a peek around. As you can see, Trips is about to start in here, if you can't tell from the size of the room. We'll be ready with some more action here in just a moment's time. I'm Nick Teixeira, joined by DJ Sayer. Coming up next, 3rd place Pro-Am match. Welcome back, everybody, to the third place matchup here in the Pro-Am bracket in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania for the 39th annual BullShooter World Tour. My name's Nick DeShera, joined by DJ Sayer in the booth, looking at We Bout That, going up against Nobody's Business.
Sorry, I got caught up on the way you said tour.
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 Not tour. Tour.
Tour.
It's I don't know if it's just because of my time living down south. I don't know where I picked that up from, but yeah, I definitely say tour wrong. And in fact, to the point where Sean Green almost cursed me out on the microphone because I wouldn't stop doing it in New York.
Okay, so other people have caught it as well.
Yes, but you can't change me. I am whoever I say I am. If I wasn't, then why would I say I am?
I feel like that was before your time.
Yeah, but I had to do some catch-up work.
Shot there by Jeremy. Takes a look at that 20. I like it.
There we go, Philly with a chance, though. I like the 5 mark play here.
Yeah, smart shot. Knew that he only needed 2 singles with 2 darts in hand. Big last there from Clayton.
Yeah, 5 answers 5.
Clayton seemed to struggle a little bit in our, what was it, Kings he managed, or top 4 match on the winner's side. Where we seen Don and Clayton lose to Mike and Brian.
Yeah, that was a 3-0 win there, and you're absolutely right. All cylinders were getting misfired there, it seems, in that match.
Oh, yeah, nobody had a rhythm. It was not good on anyone's part.
On Stewart, though, only collects 2. I will tell you, if there was a nickel for every time Don Stewart mentioned the words Mike Maloney whenever I started a conversation with him, I'd have like a lot of nickels.
Do you remember the Jammy Dodger, the still tip player, James Wilson? All right, I'll pull up a picture. You talk while I do this.
Okay, you got it. Clay here. Gonna need to go ahead and recover that point. Deficit was fishing for 7, got 4.
So
okay,
we were doing the TOC way back when, and I said that it is the progression of life for Maloney to turn into Don Stewart to James Wilson.
That is the progression of life.
Like, tell me they're not the same person 10 years separated.
I could see it. I could totally see it.
So yeah, Maloney and Don Stewart very much tied.
I will say Don Stewart's scariest interaction with me was in New York this tour, as he goes ahead and it's a 7 mark there. He comes up to me with a very mysterious looking bowl of something. And I was like, what is that? And he's like, here you go, and like hands a spoon. I was like, I don't think that's food. He's like, no, it's food. Trust me. It was taco tortilla soup. I can tell you it did not look anything that looked like the aftermath of a bad stomach ache. So shout out to Don Stewart for scaring me in New York for that.
Yeah, Don is very good for stories that are NSW.
Play not able to get these 15s online. Does do so on the last, but it is a moot point as Jeremy Lee here should be able to just shut them down all the same going into the Bulls for leg number 1 in this best of 3 format. We have to remember it is a shortened format for the losers bracket.
Jeremy looking to shut down those 15s, but kind of blocks the triple with the first 2. Dennis pointing up. I think Jeremy should go up. He does, but he blanks. So an opening now for Don. Down by 65. He needs 5 15s to take the lead. Good recovery after the first. Really averaging above a 5. Standout player in this leg so far. Oh my. Terrible third there from Clayton. Slipped out of his hand.
Yeah, that's going to feel extremely frustrating given the situation that you're facing where Jeremy now gets another redemption shot at those 15s. Giving him the talk.
And that is something that Don is great for. He'll make you laugh, and it should calm you down.
That's the best kind of partnerships, in my opinion. Like, yeah, sometimes you need a partner that will say you're sucking. You need to know that you're doing bad right now, and to get together. But a lot of times, the safest bet is the partner that builds you up.
So I never have had the opportunity to play with her, but you probably have because she's a Florida woman, and that's Chrissy Grimmel.
Mm-hmm.
Is she that way? Because I know there was one year, I believe it was Chicago, where she was playing with Dustin Holt, and he was completely in his head to the point that she got on the floor and was playing patty cake with this man. He's upset and disturbed and sitting on the floor all mad, and she gets down in front of him, sits Indian style, and does patty cake with him, and it was a great partnership to see Chrissy kind of pull him out of his own head.
Yeah. Chrissy's incredible at that. And here's the thing. When Chrissy's fiery, she knows she needs to be fiery. You just know, okay, get in my lane, do my job. But she knows if you're struggling to make sure to do whatever it takes to get you out of there. Because, frankly, she's a tough competitor, and she's really good at helping you feel pressure. Because I imagine how many times someone's like, oh, I get to play with Chrissy, and all of a sudden it gets really, really tight. I played with Chrissy and Jean. It was Nick and the Stepmoms and a All-Star Trips team, and I can tell you, and I also played on the same team with her in NDA Team Nerd, and we played against D-Sob one of the years. Got a chance to do that, and then I was the last second subbing. I was actually in the B team with Kelly Mears as well. And she's fiery, but she's really good at lifting up the partner as well. She has both, I would say, is the answer there.
Oh, there's definitely times where you can tell she's just locked in. She gets the attitude and the hip thrust going.
The Heisman.
Yeah, the Heisman. So first start, the double bull there for Philly to take the first leg. Point of no return now for Don and Clayton. Gonna have to win back-to-back legs to stay in this event.
Billy not happy at all with those two darts.
Oh, and that one flights out. Big third there from Clayton. Closing the 19s and scoring 19 points. Oh, and Jeremy only going to hit 2. So now, nobody's business after winning the last leg. Could get ran over in this one.
Yeah, uncontested leg at that. I'm not playing any games with it. 137-point lead. 3 numbers up. Hard not to think GG go next.
Yeah, these are all warm-ups for the next leg. Might as well just start practicing your cork muscle.
Yeah, start sneaking some bowls in there. I mean, you don't want to completely give up. We've seen crazier things happen, but there's certain times where you're like, all right, I'm just focusing on making sure my form feels good and less about what the actual collects look like here. Then once he gets down to the bulls, I will say the only thing is I remember when watching Kyle Liddicky and all the times where if the leg looked like it was over, he'd start throwing on a closed trip 20,
Warming up for the next leg.
It was always a bit intense to see. I was like, in singles do whatever, but in partners, I don't know. I tell my partner the never say die speech 1,000,001 times over.
Yeah, and I hate to see anyone give up. That's why I rooted against Barneveld all them years. He was a quitter and a half.
Supposedly coming to Florida in August.
I heard. Yeah. Wonderful quit. No, he's
He's
actually,
under contract. So if he does.
Honestly, though, the last couple of times he's up there just to play.
Yeah.
Not nearly. I think he put so much pressure on himself to be better than Phil for so long that he just couldn't handle it.
That's a high bar.
Yeah.
Plus, every 17 years, a Dart Star is born. Big deep breath there from Jeremy. Has a chance to start turning this leg around here. I mean, if I grab a trip 6, I would even argue to just grab 1 or 2 of those numbers, but you have to grab the trip 6 on the first.
Oh, and Don's going to open the window for him. Big shot now from Philly. And Jeremy could be coming to the board with the lead, depending upon what Clayton does. 6 is enough. Forces Clayton to have to put in a big shot. Clayton's only going to hit 1.
Why you don't give up on legs?
And I was being facetious when I said it. But
No, me too.
You're exactly right.
We were talking about the mentality that can creep into you, but Jeremy here, single 19, single 18, get the 2 guaranteed closes out of the way here, support your partner.
I was going back and forth in my head how I would want to shoot at this. Because part of me is like, go at the triple. If you don't hit it, you can go score. But that's a great shot there from Jeremy.
Oh, that's a down and dirty shot there. Because frankly, I was thinking, okay, get the 2 singles out of the way, get those darts out of the hand, and then pad a 16 and give your partner a shot. Because the single 20 doesn't really help the cause. But the inverse of what you're saying is start the 20 if you don't hit the trip on the first, give up early, get 2 darts at points.
That's how I would have taken the shot. That way you know whether you're going to have the shot at it or not straight away. And a good follow there from Philly. It's looking like this one's going to be 2 straight. Clayton and Don going to be denied the opportunity to double dip our king seat holders.
And both Clayton and Don just didn't quite get to where you expect them to be on both of their streamed appearances here. Unfortunate for them, but Jeremy and Philly looking prime.
Needs one more bull. Oh, and he's not going to hit it here.
Well, crazier things have happened.
He needs 4 for the lead. I feel like he probably needs at least 5 just to force Philly into a not, like you can't miss a dart situation. But yeah, Philly going to come up only needing 1 bull.
Should be able to sail it away. A little bit harder now. But does get there.
There it is. Philly and Jeremy moving into the final to take on Mike Porterfield and BMAC. Hopefully we can get those players to the board quickly, as one in particular seems to take his grand old time every time. But yeah, until then, We will be right back. Don't go anywhere.
It's final time once again here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. We got a great matchup here on our stream board, and the team of LeBron, who?
LeBron James.
Going up against nobody's business here. I'm Nick Sher, joined by DJ Sayer, and DJ, it's going to be a tall task to beat the team of LeBron, who?
Yeah, it's funny. I always talk about the chalk, but I hate the chalk. I more like interesting when I'm on this side. I like interesting and the Cinderellas and stuff like that. But yeah, it was kind of obvious on paper that Porterfield and BMAC would be a strong favorite to win this, and here they are sitting in the king seat. So this was always it always felt like what was going to have to happen for somebody. I think Philly and Jeremy have it in them, but I think they're going to have to click at the right moment and hope that you don't get Friday Porterfield.
Yeah, Friday Porterfield is a scary Porterfield as that's a capital MP.
Yeah, February's a new month though. He has not looked that strong in February.
Yeah, way more beatable in February, statistically speaking.
Yeah, that was last month. And there he is in February, found a high mark on Q.
And he's back to a 6. I love it. But credit to the other side here. I mean, the fact is that Philly had a solid run, get a mixed trips win last weekend in Ohio, playing with Kat Middleton. I believe playing with Kat Middleton again here.
Is Kat here?
I just saw her out there. Yeah, she gave me a hug. And I told her her interview was really nice. And then she said, "I think you're lying." And I said, "I wouldn't lie to you." That's the full conversation we had.
Okay, good story, Nick.
Thank you. And then Jeremy, of course, has the AM playing really well in the pro bracket. So
yeah, wait, third or fourth finish?
Yeah, fourth.
Fourth?
Yeah, losing out to Brian McConnell.
So still an AM.
Yes.
Keeping the AM status, dodging the list. Finishing fourth place. That's what I did twice last weekend. Hey. Still an AM.
You're a pro in my heart.
Oh. It's looking like Friday Mike has shown up. I do like Friday Mike as the nickname.
Friday Mike?
Friday Mike.
Yeah, I mean, don't be wrong. There's a certain level of swagger to the players that their nickname is their name. MP Mike Porterfield, right? That's the logo on the shirt, then the flights. But Friday Night Mike, there's something there. He's cooking. BMAC finds one bull, and will stay one bull shy. Jeremy not going to be able to do much regardless of what he collects, even with 4 bulls.
Yeah, Mike averaging a 7-0. Only needs 1 bull. This is 3 out of 5 now. We do convert back to the winner side format.
But still a win is a win. 2 legs away. But nobody's business. Can't think much about it. As you can see,
Jeremy back here dropping like it's hot.
With Kat. I think, I imagine Jeremy
their
might be
trips
the
team?
third.
Yeah.
If that's the case, Kat's, of course, supporting her partner, saying, all right, well, if you're making me wait to play our first round, better be good.
I do think Jeremy would be fun to play with.
Oh, really nice guy.
Yeah, he just seems completely cheery the whole time. Only a 5 mark from Mike.
Yeah, it is Kat Middleton, Mike Segal, and Jeremy Lee. Is your team?
It's got to feel good as the third in Cat to see your 2 teammates battling for first and second in the Pro-Am. Feel like they've got some form today.
Yeah, regardless of the results, you're going to be happy. Mike Porterfield, though, I believe last year was perfect in every event he played. I think he skipped one event, and it was the mixed doubles. I think otherwise went 4 for 4 at the Pennsylvania BullShooter. Going to try to recreate that run, playing today with Devin Croft and JJ.
So he's not even playing. Oh, BMAC can't be the AM in mixed trips, can he? Is that the rule?
I believe so.
Yeah, I think you're allowed to play as the AM and Pro-Am, but in trips you have to play as the Pro.
Yeah, and BMAC playing with Amanda McConnell and Christian Haar. Love that there's plenty of spectators back there watching this final. I love the little spectators area for sure. You can see little tape lines to remind us to put the chairs back at the end of the night.
And to try to keep people to keep the chairs within those boxes.
Oh, that won't stop them.
Yeah. Like, I've seen people pull chairs up directly behind the line before. Like, what are you doing?
I don't think you were on the mic with me. I think it was Gordon last year when Denny Garn finds the biggest lazy boy chair.
It was
in the
me.
hotel. It was you? Okay.
Where was it? Niagara?
It was Niagara.
Yeah. Yeah, like right in the hallway there. They had some boards, and he just big old recliner. Leather chair.
Waiting for his opponent. It was the biggest power play.
Scouting.
He did recreate it this year, but it wasn't as big of a chair.
Gotcha.
LeBron, who looking all right so far. Billy has an opportunity, though. Needs to collect a big round, get that timing in line. He knows a 2-0 is not going to cut it, and he wants to show him what he's really got. He's been putting a lot of time into his game. I remember talking to him at the Invitational Shootout before it started in our pre-interview. And he told me, he was like, I have a lot of life stuff going on. It's really hard to focus on the game, and I got to stop having the expectations of results without putting the time in. It's hard to put the time in when life is asking for you first. I think that's changed a little bit. Life settled down, and he's been trying to get back to the board more and more.
Yeah, I've talked about it before on the feed, but when life is good, darts is easy. And the opposite also rings true. When life is hard, darts feels very hard. Donnie Joe was the one that kind of was he was in Houston, right?
Yeah.
Love Donnie Joe. Just a really bright guy to talk to. And I remember when I first started my ascension up the rankings, he kind of like pulled me aside and he's like, "Hey, you got a second to talk?" Like, "Yeah, sure." He's like, "So like, what's different in your life the last 6 months to a year? I'm just curious." And I started naming things like, "Oh, I just recently moved in with my girlfriend," like positive life change. Like, that's what he said.
Yeah.
Like, positive life change. I was like, "Oh, I just started back to this. I just lost some weight, blah, blah, blah." And every time he's like, positive life change, positive life change, positive life change. He's like, "So your life's going really well right now." I was like, "Yeah, honestly." He's like, "It shows." Like,
That's awesome.
and yeah, from there, it just put everything into perspective.
Yeah, in Houston, I went up to the dart vendor that was there, and I said, "Hey, if you have anything cool that you've been trying to get rid of, maybe an older set or something nostalgic, let me know. I like collecting some darts, even if I don't plan on throwing them. Come back later," and there was Donnie Joe monster barrels.
Oh.
And so then, of course, I immediately picked them up without questioning it and went up to Donnie Joe. I said, "Can you sign these?" He's like, "Wait, really? Where'd you find these? These are my Gen 1s. I got like all hyped up. So, yeah, it was really cool chatting with him about that.
There may or may not be, like, 250 sets of monster barrels in someone's basement that nobody knows about.
You know, dart collecting friend over here. If you happen to figure out who knows about it, you let me know.
Yeah, a good friend of mine, hint, hint, and I might have bought out all of Monster's stock when they were going out of business.
We have something to talk about later. But this is a potential 2-0 jump. LeBron, who? BMAC here just needs 3 15s. You can see Amanda McConnell and Christian Haar coming in and
Yeah, roasting.
roasting Brian.
Like they're waiting to play in trips. They're like, this guy sucks.
That's also some good partners there. They're not afraid to call you out. But good 5 mark there from BMAC McConnell. Put an extra mac sauce on it.
Oh, which one's the ding?
I'm not going to tell you for no other reason than I want you to keep doing soundboard effects.
Nope. 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 There you go.
Can I? It's only playing in our headphones, so they can't hear what you're
Oh,
doing.
really? You didn't tell me that?
I didn't let you cook.
All right. Well, I was sitting here playing the sound effects that you guys couldn't hear, but I found it.
We can hear it really good, though. It's
Yeah.
now a 2-0 difference.
I know which button is the rim shot now.
That you do.
Philly going to start this leg much stronger than he did the last one. Putting in a pile of 20s.
Yeah, hugs the wire on that last dart there.
Looks like our Open has the third place match up on 49 right now. They have not started yet, but we got DP Pitt taking on Elk Darters. So as soon as this is over, we will jump over to that board and follow that.
And then after that, the winner of that third place match goes on to play Twin Dads.
Twin dads? Hang on. I'm a dad. We're the action dads.
I do like the only dad's hat, by the way, that Gordon's been rocking.
So that was actually a gift. Both of us got one from my sister-in-law, Tara.
Oh.
Yeah, at the
Good job, Tara.
at the Buckeye Open in December, she came up and gave them to us. I thought they were absolutely awesome.
Oh, I loved it. Definitely still control.
Steven said he could hear him.
I don't know if you're. I don't. The way I have this set up, I wouldn't believe that would work like that, but maybe it does.
All right, Chet, tell
All right,
me.
what noise is this?
All right, if you heard a sound, tell us what it was.
Let us know.
Twin dads both have twins. Oh, that's cool. So they're both dads of twins.
I mean, it was either that or be.
They are twins.
They
And
are
they're
twins that
dads.
happen to be dads.
Yeah.
Snodgrass has been making some pretty decent runs, by the way, in our field. I've been watching the last 2 weekends. Sorry we make Harry Potter comments every time we read your last name, though.
He was part of the mixed trips win in Ohio, right?
I believe so.
I think he was Philly's AM.
I believe that's actually true.
Yeah.
Oh, Steven Adams did guess correctly. Man, that's not
Yep.
supposed to work like that, actually. I thought I had him disabled.
It's funny, Steven's the only one telling us that he's hearing them, so maybe they're
That's a
only going to
crazy
Facebook
guess.
or something. I don't know, but
So funny. I love it. Back to the match, though. Good last start from BMAC to bring within 19 points, but still corner pockets versus top of the board.
yeah, must-win leg here for Philly and Jeremy.
There you go. Yeah, the magic. Magic's a fair way to describe that sound effect, too.
I think we described it as like fairy.
Yeah.
It was like fairy appearance.
Now I know that the soundboard is still configured. I thought I disabled it. Whoopsie.
Yeah, big shot there from Mike. Following to take an 11-point lead. Forces Jeremy up to the 20s now.
Yeah, 6.67 from Porterfield. And Philly right
Gotta-
behind him at a 5.67.
Got to stay all on it. Wow, and he's empty-handed with the first two.
At least a single at the very least. You have to add a dart. No, and all of a sudden,
Not even a single to take the lead.
yeah, now BMAC just needs to hit a big 3 mark here.
That's the perfect description. That says it's a TV sitcom noise before somebody daydreams. Oh yeah, I cranked it up to so that you guys would definitely hear it. And then I turned it back down.
Does hit the big 1, 2, 3 and made sure that last dart did not go to the left or right. Almost sailed it too high.
Philly does have an opportunity to win this leg though. Needs 2 double bulls and a triple 15.
Admittedly, a harder opportunity than he wanted to have.
Not gonna happen. Double bull will get the lead. Only 3. So he's gonna need help here from Mike.
The 11-point difference. Expect him to go ahead and push the bull just with his given style, but he's good enough to just knock the hat here, too. He's going for it.
Perfect little bed to lay on. Oh, and he misses. Does slide into the 15 to push the bull.
The bull. The best possible miss.
Yeah. A 5% chance of that happening.
Wow, what a fallout there. Because normally the risk is you hit 2 bulls, you miss the last, and you give your opponent a way easier shot.
Yes.
That was you can't
Now,
understand how
Jeremy,
important that fallout is.
Realistically, Jeremy's hoping for 1 dart at the triple 15. So single bull, you get a look. Instead, that would have given him a shot. Oh, and he's only going to hit 1. So the single 15 fallout is the difference to keep the lead for BMAC to only hit 1 bull. Ooh, that's a bit awkward. But he does find a way in. So your winners, LeBron who?
LeBron James.
We got Mike Porterfield and Brian McConnell. So your runners up, Philly and Jeremy. We will jump over to our open match. We've got DP Pitt and Elk Darters. Looks like they are halfway through leg number 1.
Yeah, so we're going to write out the 3rd place and the finals here in the amateur doubles bracket. And then afterwards, we will go to no commentary coverage over on twitch.tv/arachnid360 for the triples.
We're on all your platforms.
Hmm?
We're on all the platforms.
We're on all the platforms.
Yeah.
We got Twitch. We got Facebook. We got YouTube.
So why don't you do the Twitch while you're doing the others?
The idea behind that, to answer your question here, is the goal was, okay, we weren't sure if we were going to do mixed triples coverage, if we were just going to record it and potentially clip out matches or not. And the idea was, okay, well, let's just test it on this platform in the meantime. And also that there were supposed to be other platforms like Kick.com and a few others to see, okay, what if our dart just happens to pick up a little bit of traction without any advertisement? It was supposed to be a secret stream. And then it was a semi-advertised stream now during the people that are already in here to watch. And the idea is to get the no commentary coverage up to a certain up to snuff point where we could put on the other platforms. But what we don't want to have happen is somebody watching along here and it's their first time ever tuning in and they think, oh, they never commentate. They have no ad breaks. They have nothing going on here. The idea was to give the best initial impression by saying you get our main full energy coverage during the daytime. The evening, that's more of the, hey, if you're in the know, want to cheer on your friends type of coverage. That's the idea.
Okay.
There is the link to the Twitch there. Again, it's just going to be autopilot stream, folks. But if you want to have a chance to watch some extra matches, put on the background. And, of course, we do record all those matches and try to put out at least the finals of the triples when we can. We did that for Florida. I know I have the Ohio one recorded as well. And I purposely didn't watch the final when I hit record so that way I could give true commentary when I do watch it. Although I do know the results, but that's besides the point.
I wonder if they're going to hit it.
What could happen?
You're like Steve from Blue's Clues. I wonder what's inside.
We got a letter. Let's see who it's from. Back to the match.
Speaking of Steve from Blue's Clues, Bill East.
Wow. That's our first look at the amateurs bracket today. It was a full bracket. Getting down to the nitty gritty here.
Brian does polish off leg number 1. EP Pitt gonna have to pick it up here in leg 2. Great start there by Josh. Oh, he almost fills it up.
a solid sound effect. I will say nothing beats the no sound effect from the old Ernie boards in my brain. That one, or a certain Asian board makes a certain whistle noise when you hit the bull that sometimes I still think should be my text tone. It used to be. But no noise gets its opinion across as effective as the outside noise on these dartboards.
Oh,
It lets you know.
yes. And when there's no game going and you're just warming up, and there's like a row of boards going, and they're all just. Josh staying hot. Much better leg this time around.
They took your advice and said, all right, you want us to do better? We'll show you some better.
It's a good strategy, taking my advice. Do as I say, not as I do.
Usually you're a man that practices what you preach, it seems.
Sure. At least I try to.
I will say to anybody right now that is looking forward to watching the finals of this matchup here, or this bracket here, excuse me, in the amateur doubles, make sure to just go ahead. If you're on Facebook, go over to YouTube right now, BullShooter Sports Network, or USA Darts, whichever one you prefer. I say that only because we've been going live now for just over 7 hours and a couple minutes now. Facebook has an 8-hour cutoff, and I think we'll be done before that. But there's no guarantee. So if the feed randomly cuts out, we didn't give up. Just go over to YouTube because that is an 8-hour limit that they have built into Facebook.
No, we're at 7 hours, 7 minutes, 7 hours, 8 minutes. We'll get this in the final.
Just in case.
Yeah, that's fair.
You should follow us anyways.
Yeah, I think we got 52 minutes to finish this one and get the. Well, if it goes double dip, no chance.
Max distance, double dip,
Yeah.
25 round games.
Yeah, no chance on the double dip. Your over-under today was off as well, by the way. I think you said 5:35, something like that.
I think I said 5:35, 5:45.
5:15. You said 5:15.
Did I say 5:15?
Yeah, you said between 4:30 and 5:30, so I'll go 5:15.
Oh, yeah, I did do that.
So, yeah, you were way off today. Much better yesterday, even though you still lost $10.
Yeah, but it was a really good loss.
Was it? It's never good losing money to Gordon.
That's true. I'll get him back in Chicago.
Okay.
We'll play dice.
Ooh. Pitch quarters in the
For
hallway.
Monopoly money, for the record, guys. We do not endorse gambling. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's legal now. What do you mean? Everybody's gambling on their phones. They got like 7 different apps because of all the freebies.
That's true. I would never go state to state redeeming their new state user bonus when I travel. I wouldn't. I don't watch sports ball. I'm the darts guy. But go Birds.
Josh, looking to shut down those 15s. Probably played it a little too conservative there. Oh, this could get dicey. Only a single. Oh, and Randy gonna blank behind him. Oh, a reprieve now for Bill. Bill, a longtime promoter of darts here in the Pittsburgh area.
Oh, yeah?
Oh yeah, he started DP Pitt. The pretty sure what's the tournament in August that they do? The big Pittsburgh steel tip tournament, whatever it is, I forget the name of it. Like I'm pretty sure that was his baby. I think he's dialed it back and handed over the reins to some other people, maybe Josh. I'm not sure. But yeah, he definitely is good. He's one of those guys that's good to have in your area because he creates opportunities. He's a Anthony Eugenia of Pittsburgh, if you will.
Wow, that is praise.
Yeah.
You mean the AE of the Shooting the Bull podcast?
Steel City. Thank you, Jade. And of course you would know.
That's why we have the experts in the comments.
That's right.
We're far from it.
Yeah, we grasp at straws and you guys just help us out.
But should be going to a last leg decider here. 2 bulls needed for Beast. Happy accident.
And a lot of those.
Who doesn't like Bob Ross?
What?
Happy accident?
Oh. Do you see they have somebody else like taking over and doing his
Wasn't it his kid?
Huh? I don't
His
think
show?
No, it's like a different guy's name. They have like a 24/7 channel of it. I don't want to do a shameless plug, but
Shameless plug for a painting show.
yeah, I think it was on one of the other like free TV apps. But anyway, lots of Bob Ross. Jade saying I think Dave Feldpush runs it now. I could see that. With the dart guys there.
Looking for that bull. This time does get it, though. 1-1 here.
Yeah, Josh getting her done. Leading the way with a 4.17. It looks like Randy's going to show. Wasting no time. I think he told Josh to get out of his way.
He said, get out of here. I'm doing this.
Got this.
Oh, and he was right to think that. The dart was not bested here. Last league decided to see who goes to the final to play the Twin Dads.
Oh, I think Josh set it up wrong.
Oh, boy.
Randy and Brian should be going first. You're probably going to have to go to forfeit match.
Yeah, forfeit reset. They're getting to the tournament desk real quick there.
I think if you go to forfeit match right now, it won't cancel it all the way. But maybe it will.
We'll see the tournament.
I know we had this happen once last week but it was the first game. We went to forfeit and then it was fine. It still had all of our names in there and everything. No, you don't want to do that. Now you screwed it up. You're not going to change the order hitting the button. No, Randy still wants to start.
Bill's like, oh, okay, I understand now.
Yeah, I think the best thing to do here is just forfeit.
Yeah, and not a true forfeit, just forfeit in the system.
Restart it. That way Josh still gets to go behind Randy. Because Josh was supposed to be starting for that team, but now it's going to be Bill following Randy.
Well, it looks like and they skipped multiple rounds too.
Oh, you know what? You're exactly right. We're in like round 4. Please be a point battle. The team that comes out on the losing end. Oh, it still says round 1. What the heck?
I don't even know what's happening anymore.
I know.
Folks. We're just here so we don't get fined. They're just going to go ahead and let it ride, it seems.
Yeah, Josh made the mistake of setting it up wrong, so he's not starting for his team. But Bill answering the call.
For those at home, the correct thing to do if something's wrong like that, pause the game immediately, go up to that tournament desk right behind them, grab one of those folks in the blue shirts and say, hey, this is set up wrong. We need a fix. And then they can set it up one way or another.
Brian only going to get 1.
Two 20s.
Yeah, he switched.
Yeah, you saw the physical movement in the arm there. It was the best mustache.
He did hit the triple. Normally when you see somebody switch mid-throw like that, it doesn't work out.
See, Randy kind of gives a little bit of a squat to his throw there. Typically, you wouldn't advise a bend of the knees.
Yeah, it just kind of pitches it there right in front of him. Not your prototypical form. Great shot there from Bill. Catching the triple 18 with the last. And for Brian and Randy, their team name is Elk Darters. Like, I really hope that they're two guys that just play league at the Elks. And, like, no fancy jerseys or anything. They got their team shirts. They heard about this big tournament. Like, oh, let's just go give it a shot. And here they are in the top 3.
I really love the idea of that. My dad was playing with my godfather last weekend in the Ohio BullShooter, and basically the conversation they had was, well, if you're playing this, you're really playing for prestige anyways, especially in the AM trying to go pro.
Big
so
shot
just
there
have
from
fun
Randy.
Yeah, no, phenomenal shot there. Completely changing the dynamic of this game. Yeah, I love the idea of these last-minute pairings or just, hey, we'll go check it out mentalities. But, of course, with this event filling and pre-registration phase, they obviously at least knew somewhat about it.
True. And unless they signed up on site. But, yeah, I love the idea of them being true league players and then finding out about a tournament locally.
Oh, and Last Start does not get the close. Was going for the hero look on that. Don't know if this is the time to be doing those hero shots. Josh frustrated. Randy has a chance to change the flow of this one again. Continue to hold that control. On the wire.
Just does enough to get the lead. Probably was blocked on the triple.
Yeah, it looked like it was almost an intentional, like, aim for the inside double wire.
Yep. Make sure you at least get a single. But Bill now 3 singles. And shift it back the other way. Oh, he hits the double. I don't think he was throwing at the double.
Based off the reaction, I'm not convinced either.
I'll allow it. If you react like you didn't mean to, even if you really threw at it, I'll allow it.
And switches back there.
Yeah, it kind of snatches the last one. So Brian going to need to load up them 15s. 4 for the lead.
And looking for the 6 mark shot here. These are the types of shots that a lot of games are won and lost on, too. Not going to hit it. Does hit a 5, though.
Huge triple there at the end. Gonna put Josh under the pressure of having to get the point lead back. Ooh, that's a bit awkward. Yeah. Oh, and he's only going to find one. So Randy going to step to the board with the lead. 2 16s to shut her down. And then he's got options.
Give yourself those options. Stay true on that 16. Oh, that was an intentional double, though. How about
was that?
Woo! Doesn't get on the last and left a game shot just in case. But don't blame him for swinging the last start at the bull if you find a double in the second. Big shot there from Randy. One time on the one time, though, for Bill Beast. And no point of even trying to close those 15s until you get that point lead back.
Yeah, with them only needing one, you don't expect Brian to miss. You got to try to take the point lead and at least take some darts out of his hand.
Elk Darters to get to the finals.
Drills it first. Dart! And starts the lawnmower.
Whoa! You hear? I can hear it. There they go. Looks like Elk Darters will move on.
Yeah, the excitement in that is awesome. Commiserations to Josh and Bill, as they will finish in third place. But now, pros, as top 3 does put them on the pro list post Chicago. We get to see some more Brian and Randy as they face off against
The Twin Dads.
Twin Dads in our finals of the Open. That's all we got left for this morning.
One more match. One more, what should be intense.
Savor
matchup.
it. You only get our smooth tones for roughly 25 to 30 more minutes.
And then we get again tomorrow, though, of course. Don't forget, folks, we'll be live 9:30 a.m. Eastern for our last day of coverage here in Ohio and our second to last of the regional tour stops here. So give them just a moment. We're going to be staying right here on this board, but we'll be back in just a moment once those players are ready. I'm Nick Shira, joined by DJ Sayer. Welcome back to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, as I am Nick the Show, joined by DJ Sayer here for our finals of the amateur doubles Saturday coverage here. This should be an interesting one. We just watched the Elk Darters play, and it's going to be our first look at the twin dads. I'm to see how this one will play out. DJ, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, we haven't got a chance to see JD and Mark yet today, but they did beat the Elk Darters 2-0 in the King Seat match. So got to figure they're playing pretty solid. Randy only opens up for 2.
Stacking those darts up, trying to find a way to punish the 2 marks from the other team, but gets all in the same region. At least it didn't deflect out.
Yeah, he got a deflection. Thankfully for him, it stayed in the single. Brian gonna try to go to work here. Yeah, closes down that 20. I'd like to see a switch to the 18.
That would be too smart. Now, I will say, as a player, I definitely think my instincts would be like, oh, go 19.
And I think that's everyone's instinct, or most people's instinct. But as we see, Ryan throws 2 singles. Now JD has the opportunity to not only take away that number, but score on it. And it's the bigger number. If those 2 marks were put on the 18, I think JD probably follows to the 18. And then you get Randy coming back to take the bigger number.
I like that. No, I like it. It's one of those things where you probably don't think about it, especially in your daily application of playing darts. But if you ever do watch back the tape, that's one of the few things where I'm like, all right, I can see different perspectives, especially getting like the golden nuggets from you and Gordon and even Danny and the like, to get that perspective of players that have been in these scenarios before. Gentlemen's game no more, though. 18 points on the board after the 20s and 19s have gone away. Kind of a rare sight to see.
Yeah. Ryan forced to the 17s. Oh, I think he caught the flyer. Randy laughing in the background. Loving it. It's a great shot nonetheless. You take him.
It completely changes the shot of JD here, where I before could have probably taken a more aggressive look. I don't want him to take a look until he finds at least the trip and some change. We will go live on twitch.tv/Arachnid360 after this match concludes here and our main coverage is done to cover that mixed trip event. As I'm looking forward to seeing how that bracket of 142 teams will play out.
That's a big bracket.
And $3,000 added. What was those first, second, third payouts looking like again? Do you have it?
I know it was $850 a piece for first. I don't know what second and third exactly are, but they had 900 and 300 added to them respectively.
Love it. A lot of money.
Mark trying to close both of Elk's team's numbers. Down by 40. Needs a triple to take the point lead. Are we sure Randy's not mossing in disguise?
You know, I actually just went and did Find My Darting Friends app, and I went there and saw Gary's not in the region.
Okay. Got the lead. What did they discuss? Yeah, Randy told him to take a shot. He almost hits it. But JD gonna have to get those points back. Has the bigger number. Should just look to load it up. I'd stay there all day. He's not going to, though. Now back up. Switching targets up and down.
It's hard to do.
It makes it more difficult. You just stroked a triple 18. Follow it with your next dart regardless. And know that your third dart you're going at the triple 15.
Yeah, make your
no
darts,
matter what.
Make your darts work for you rather than you working for your darts.
Yeah, Randy with the big shot, getting the point lead and closing it.
Mark now playing for the 6 mark here. 4 16s gets you a shot at the 15. Oh, that's an awkward spot.
Makes it tough. Needs 4 for the lead.
I almost want to say go bowl.
You know, I don't disagree. Or close the 15 and hope that Brian gives you some help here.
Yeah, you're hoping for just the 3 on the 15s because Brian's going to try to hit, or 16s, excuse me, as he's going to try to hit as many as possible.
Yeah, Randy and Brian talking it over. I think Brian was a little confused and he shook his head. It's a good second dart.
That was best case scenario.
Yeah,
though.
job done.
Job done for Elk Darters. You need to hit at least 3. Best case scenario for Twins Dads was just 3.
Oh, unlucky there from JD. A couple of one-hole outs. Randy mean mugging that bullseye. Intimidating it before he throws at it.
And Randy just going to continue to try to follow along. I don't like how close he's playing that with the one ball already grabbed, but does know, and he had that trip 60 in the back pocket. If you know you're going to hit it, I guess it's fine. It's just a little risky, right? Because Mark here going to try to give himself an opportunity. Can't get it done here. Good shot.
Yeah, smart darts there. Makes it 3-3. Or, excuse me, 3-4. They still need 1 to close.
I'll take 3 to 4 on the Bulls pretty much any day. It's like playing for a coin flip. Although this coin's landing heads.
Oh, only going to hit 2. So for the Hucklebuck, JD gets 1 chance at 4 Bulls.
What a shot this would be. Not a bad marker.
Needs a double.
Oh, kind of pushed that last dart. Wanted a little extra juice on it. Randy to get that first leg on the board for Elk Darters. Here we go, going on to leg number 2. Twin Dads work to do, as that was a pretty contested leg there. It was just such a slow start in the 3 mark close, 20s and 19s go away.
Wow, Mark finding a way under those first 2 to snag a triple. Randy didn't believe it either. He looked at Mark like, there ain't no way you did that. Nod of approval from the audience back there after that first dart, and he follows it up with the second one. Pile of 19s for Randy.
Randy? Ah, no, that's a great shot there. Still a back and forth affair, but Elk Darter's definitely rocking some momentum now.
Rocking. And the Twin Dads gonna need to pick it up here. 80 only hits 2. I'm looking up. Oh, just lands low of that triple 20.
Oh, but gets the point lead immediately. Good collect there. I don't mind anything about that shot. Fine 7. You knew you had a good chance to ride that barrel in. Took advantage of the opportunity.
Randy keeps firing, bringing his average up to a 6.5.
Combined 11.5 would be the standard we would expect to see for a winning team in the Pro-Am, and then some. Let alone the Am-Am. More like thank you, ma'am.
That was a sham.
Well, blam. All right. You can tell we've been
Last
going
night
live.
for dinner, I had clam chowder.
That's an awfully hot coffee pot.
All right, we're done.
No, good stuff. Good stuff. Mark with a 6.0. Should be able to grab these 19s and continue to push the 20s along. Got to stay true, though.
Yeah, just shuts it down.
Nothing flashy, but nothing flashy needed on that particular visit. 35-point difference. Randy's open for 2 trips and a shot at the single 20.
I wouldn't mind taking it even if you don't catch a second triple here.
Agreed.
Just take that 20 away.
A single 20 closes it. Single 18 gets you only a 1-point lead.
And you just don't want to battle against the 20, I think is the biggest thing. There's a high likelihood that if you close that 20, even down, 17 points, your opponent, more often than not, is probably going to go to the 17s rather than follow on your 18.
Mm-hmm.
So unless they hit 2 triples, you're coming back with the better number into a point battle.
Yeah, the single 20 effectively means they have to hit a 6. That's the question you're asking. Because if they hit less than a 6, you're not hurt.
Yep. And instead, the shot that JD had was a 4 mark. He only needed to go single 20 for the point lead and a triple 18.
Which is a lot easier of an ask.
And now they still have the 20 to score on.
And continue to run away with this one.
Yeah. Tyler saying doubles cricket might be the best soft tip game there is. I can't disagree.
Nope. Gotcha 01 exists.
Oh, my goodness.
Take that, losers.
No. I do think cricket on the soft tip board is entertaining because there's a lot of big shots.
Well, yeah, I mean, who doesn't want to see the sparkling lights, big fanfare, and those celebrations are always coveted as well. JD, simple work here. Single 16, then on to the 15s to get this one locked up for a 1-1 affair in this amateur doubles final. You can see the audience building behind there, right behind the Elk Darters team.
I'm sticking with the narrative that the Elk Darters are local Elk Darters that just play league, and they heard about a tournament, and here they are in the final. 1 leg up. Oh, but Brian going to miss all 3 there.
Yeah, door wide open. Mark just needs to finish closing those 15s. Going to grab the bulls as well. Yeah, single 15 for a 1-1. We're going to a last leg decided here for the first set in this final. Looks like Randy's set up to show first on the diddle. He did well the last leg decider in the 3rd place match.
Nathaniel ruining my dream, saying they come every year to Pittsburgh. I mean, I'm not surprised. They're playing well, but I really wanted it to be like
a Cinderella story of sorts.
The league boys that didn't know about it, and here they are.
I love it. Does find 1 hole in on the bull, but looks like it might have gotten bested there by Mark.
Yeah, just 1 hole better.
Well, now the twin dads can take advantage of their seat position. If they win this leg, it is over. If Elk Darters win, we go to another best of 3 to decide who will get the win here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, as all 4 of these gentlemen are welcomed additions to the pro list now. Mark to get things going. You went 3 mark open on the first leg, 5 mark open on the second leg. No marks open. Gives us a lawnmower anyways for fun, but not going to be happy with that.
Yeah, the sarcastic lawnmower celebration.
Oh.
Randy's been hot the last couple legs.
It's easy, though, to overamp yourself when you have a wide open miss from the opponents. All of a sudden, you walk up there and you're like, all right, perfect. I'm going to capitalize on this. There gets away with the bare minimum, just 3 marks on the close with a last start trip. So JD with an opportunity for redemption.
Randy got rid of the force field. JD going to take advantage. Huge 7 mark to take the lead by 19 and shut the 20s down.
Yeah, it's a massive shot. And honestly, we've been talking about it all day. The forwards hat versus backwards hat. Mark just turned his
my
hat
gosh.
backwards. He just turned it backwards just
Stop.
now. If you
Stop
have a backwards
with
hat, you're
the
5%
backwards
better
hat
at darts.
narrative.
5% better at darts if
my
you have a backwards
goodness.
hat. I don't make the rules, DJ.
You clearly do because you're trying to.
Well, let's see. Mark, you're looking for redemption. If he shoots better than he did the last turn, the backwards hat helped.
He blanked the last turn. There's literally no other possibility.
And there finds it too, Mark.
Oh my gosh.
But Randy has a chance here with just, again, only a 2 mark. 18s were not successfully closed. Trip 18, single 18 will help you out quite a lot and get you down just 2 points. This isn't a moment for haywire darts.
Oh my.
3 in the bed on the trip 1s, but like a bad electrician on the wrong side of the wire.
JD open with a 7. If you can replicate that, it's going to be curtains.
Close curtains at that.
Yeah, not seeing a way into a Brian and Randy win at this point. Down 73 in 3 numbers. Relegated to the 16s or the 15s.
Well, and right now you have one person averaging a 7 versus a 1, a 1, and a 1.5. The other 3 people times 2 equals just the gentleman throwing the 7.
So JD single-handedly winning this match.
The classic Thanos, I'll do it myself.
Thanos.
Up to the corner pockets, though. Still got to finish it and get across that finish line. Going for the coffin shot over to the 15s. Hits the coffin shot.
Mark did not like the disrespect. JD is not winning this by himself.
He said,
Here I am.
I'll show you what I can do. I love it.
So Elk Darter's going to need a prayer at this point. As JD steps to the board, only needing 1 bull to seal the title. The twin dads. And there it is. First darts it. Your champions, JD and Mark. Commiserations to our runners-up, Randy and Brian. So a fun day of darts already this morning, evening, afternoon. Where are we at? 6:22.
Yeah, 622, a great day of darts, and we have a full bracket and then some going on for mixed triples that is starting right now. An extra $3,000 added on top to reward all the players turning out in droves for us. And you might be saying, no, the stream's over. Well, go over twitch.tv/Arachnid360 for our secret bonus coverage of the mixed triples. No commentary, but you'll be able to watch a bunch of different matches, including those finals matches, ideally on the stream board here. But that'll do it for us, and we'll be live tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on Facebook and YouTube on the BullShooter and USA Darts platforms. DJ, it was a good day, wasn't it?
Absolutely, and looking forward to tomorrow. We got the pro doubles where 2 people will book their place into the ESPN Invitational for August. So, yeah, we'll see you then. Tune in tomorrow.
Have a good night, folks. We're out. See ya.